What's up, party people, to another episode of Who Asked You podcast. I'm your host, Duty to Groovy, and tonight, what's goody, Rome in the building. Tonight, we're going to be talking about reparations. Yeah, y'all see I got my slave shirt on. But yeah, we're going to be talking about something that certain white people feel like we don't deserve, and we're gonna figure out why exactly we deserve reparations. This topic has come up from somebody that's real cool, Pookey Moon. She always in the building. She's always very supportive. So I'm waiting on her to hop on, but we're gonna be talking about reparations tonight. So while I'm waiting on her, let's break down what African diaspora actually is. Hold on, there she goes. Hold on. Hey, what's good?
What's good? Hey. My internet's running a little bit slow, so it's a little bit blurry.
Oh no, you're all right. You're clear. You're straight.
You're clear. You're straight.
And yeah, you'll be able to share your screen and all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm so excited that you were able to do this with me, and I don't know if it's clear now because we're live, but I know it's been a little bit blurry. And I was going to do this topic with my uncle, but he has issues right now. So.
Okay. Well, this is a great topic because I saw something that was this don't have nothing to do with reparations, but I have to say this. One of my Facebook friends posted this picture of this white guy saying like the only legal discrimination is against white people. And I asked him like, can you explain that? Like, what do you mean by that? And he just said, "Oh, that's just my opinion. Because whenever white people say something, then it's considered racist or stuck up." And I'm like, "Yeah, but that doesn't explain. Like what type of discrimination do white people suffer?" And he never said anything because there isn't any. You know.
There isn't any.
And it's crazy how No, go ahead.
Yeah, the craziest part I think about is that he's probably right, because we're not too much into the law or in the books, as you must say. We're 3/4 of a human considered prehistoric times, I would say, in legal references. We weren't really considered human. And to this day, some of us do consider ourselves different type of species or inbreds in some way. So I think we do need to recognize what we're repeating. You know, it's kind of like the abuser becoming the victim becoming the abuser kind of aspect. And
I'm still not understanding what they're discriminated from, because there's literally laws in place to stop them from discriminating against other people. Like there's literal laws that are in place just so they wouldn't victimize other people. So how are they the victims? It's almost like y'all are stopping me from abusing the power I think I have. It's if a white person came up here and explained to me how they are discriminated against, I would be so grateful, because I really want to know. And I just want to know. But I'm going to explain to the people what African diaspora is, and then I'll let you expound on it, and then after that, I'll let you show your receipts. because I have a lot of articles and stuff pulled up right now for this conversation.
Okay.
So I'm gonna.
Let me mute myself, and I'm gonna try to get onto my computer and see if I can do it. But
okay,
it's been a mess.
So while she's doing that, let me give this short description of what African diaspora is. African diaspora is the term commonly used to describe the mass dispersion of peoples from Africa during the transatlantic slave trades from the 1500s to the 1800s. This diaspora took millions of people from Western and Central Africa to different regions throughout the Americas and the Caribbean. Excuse me. Okay, and just in the United States alone, that's 46,350,467 misplaced sub-Saharan Africans. I don't know why it's doubled like that. This week tripping. What's good, Street Knowledge? Thank you for popping in. So while she's still looking, that is a lot of misplaced traditions. That's a lot of misplaced like origins. Like that's like I think people underestimate how much we don't know about ourselves because of the transatlantic slave trade. Like we literally even through like the blood test and stuff, that's just an estimate. Like we don't really know. Like an Irish person can trace their whole lineage back to their motherland, you know, but we can't really do that. We can only guesstimate, and that is a big problem because every Black person only gets two choices in spirituality, and that's Muslim and Christian. And the worst part about that is those races that dominate those religions have both been the ones that's enslaved us, because we forget that the Arabs enslaved us first. And that's why people were praying to Allah when they came over to America, because those were their first masters, the Arabs. The Arabs taught, like, because I remember growing up, it was a big thing. People used to be like, you know who the slaves used to pray to? Allah. When they used to get beat for praying to Allah. But it never dawned on me until I got older and I started doing my own research that means that, and it's historically proven too, but that means that the Arabs would have had to enslave us first to teach us that. And so I always wonder, like, because I've been told I look Mayan. I've been told by like other African people that I look like certain tribes. And so I always really want to know, what was my original spirituality? What was my original traditions? What was what was my original diet? What was my original morals and codes, and what do the women from my culture look like? What are the responsibilities that men had in my original culture? Like, I wonder that. And we Americans, I'm not saying there's not other diaspora around the world, because obviously you saw the numbers, but Americans, for sure, we don't know nothing about our heritage at all. We can only guess. And she's still doing her thing. Oh, there she is. The queen's back. Hold on. Okay. But I'm gonna show, because she's muted. You're muted, just in case you're trying to talk. We can't hear you.
Sorry.
You go. Oh, can you mute me in the background? I don't know if you're I hear the echo.
I'm new to this, so are you still hearing an echo?
Nope, we're good now.
Sorry.
No, yeah, there it is. It's only when I talk. You know what? I'm just gonna ignore it because I don't know if people can hear that.
I know, like when I was practicing doing it, it was becoming pretty bad, you know. And did you want to show something? Okay, never mind. We'll rock with that.
Okay.
No, we can rock with
and
it.
I'll let you. I'll let you shoot off of this when I read this first little tidbit. So when were blacks truly free from slavery? Though President Abraham Lincoln ended slavery with the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863, which is not true because the Gullah Wars is what really saved us and got us out of slavery. But slaves in Texas had no knowledge of their freedom until 2.5 years later. On June 19th, 1865, Union soldiers arrived in Galveston and declared the end of the Civil War, with General Granger reading aloud a special decree that ordered the freeing of some 200,000 slaves in the state. Now, that's very important that Texas didn't give a fuck what Abraham was talking about, because for 2.5 years, they were still getting illegal money. That's crazy. Because of the delay, many African Americans started a tradition of celebrating the actual day slavery ended on June 19th, also known as Juneteenth. Excuse me. But for some, their cheers were short-lived thanks to the South's lucrative prison labor system and a deceptive practice called debt peonage. A kind of neo-slavery continued for some blacks long into the 1940s. And it didn't stop in the 1940s. It's going on right now. There's people in prison right now making ramen noodles and all types of shit for pennies. The question then arises, when did African Americans really claim their freedom? And Pookey, now you can join in, and I'm going to mute my mic.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I hope it's not too bad of an echo here. But yeah, you touched on some bases, but we need to go further back than that. We need to talk about the Greeks, the Romans, the Muslim, Moorish rulers, local Jews, Spain, Spanish, or Eastern European Christians as well. So this goes way back for centuries. And you touched on something too, and I wanted to bring it up. Let me see if I can do it. Now we're talking about, hope it doesn't move too slow.
I just want to say you're fine and you're clear. I wonder why it keeps echoing. That's weird. I said you're
it's probably my fault. I hope you're catching this. Are you talking about this type of century? Like, it's taking forever to upload. I don't know why it won't show. Let me try again. Oh no, it did show. Now I just clicked it out. Oh, I need practice?
Be like that.
I need practice. Okay, here we go. Let's try it again. Okay. Well, we're talking about this century here. It's called boiling, when they used to boil you alive. This was very disgusting. You know, we got to talk about the mistreatment of slavery. Now, this is very vicious and cruel, but we got to also understand the mentality of what we're talking about, the 4th of July, of the Americans having their freedom from the British. But this, like I said, it goes back centuries before they even made it to Americas and fighting over power. So they're all working together in some way. I mean, they were trading African Americans for a very long time. I mean, there's so many different. I wish I had this in order. I was really hoping my uncle. Okay, so there's over maybe, if I find that information. Okay, that was the number. I was looking for the plantations, and I might have wrote it on a different. Oh yeah. So in America, basically they had about 46,300 plantations in America alone, and over 1 million African Americans, slaves. Spain had 61,000 slaves, and they had made 185 trips around collecting slaves. So we got to think about how many people have died of illnesses and sicknesses over this. Now, what you're looking at is what they call sugar juicing. Now, when I asked you about the 4th of July, you know how you want to get that barbecue sauce all real and good and juicy, so I'm thinking the mentality of, why would you kill a person that's actually working for you for free? And like, what is your mentality? You're losing profit if you really think about it. But that's not the whole purpose of slavery. Slavery is somewhat of a torture aspect. Now, I was looking through this information here, and some of them, somebody wrote before they died about what he saw and the cruelty. So he, where is it? I was looking for it. One of the slave owners would say to him, I don't know what BT stands for, your black eyes. What can't, you can't work because you're not well, but I'm getting you a warm bath to curb your anger and comb you up afterwards to put spunk into you. So they would get the juice ready. In debates, he published all the evil cruelty. It was Wilberforce who published in the 18th century of April 1791 about all of the comfort and evil punishments of boiling slaves by saying an overseer throw a slave into the cane juice who died in 4 days. He would not be punished otherwise than by replacing the slave and being dismissed of service. So he wouldn't be punished if he could actually, replace you in some way. And he'll be dismissed, taking a break, and probably eating up a couple of children for this. And I don't think people understand that the mentality behind this. And I'd like to go back a little bit more, but I think you're talking about this type of cruelty that needs to be brought forth. Now, I don't know if you know this or not. I want to share this also while we're talking about, boiling slaves and etc. Let me see here. I'm going to take this off. And I mean, it's there. I mean, you can look this information up too. I mean, you guys really need to understand the cruelty that's here. And we need to stop talking about light skin, dark skin, because any man who would sell his daughter and rape her mother is disgusting, So we need to really understand who are our people really. I had something here on, right here. This happened, this actually happened on, I believe, the 10th. Was it the 10th?
Hold on, it's
his
loading.
Body was, oh, I'm sorry, it takes forever. Well, his body was found on the 10th.
Yep.
Yeah, he's 24 years old. His article just came out today. He was hung in California. So you talk about lynching here. they don't really want to do an investigation. They consider this as a suicide.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's sad. You know, they don't really care about it. He died in Palmdale, California, and he died on June 10th. Says it here on Wednesday. No, his body was found on June 10th. You know, and they're just now talking about this. I don't know if they're trying to add fuel to the fire, but I mean, lynching is something that we also need to talk about too. That happened, as they would say, as a cruel joke.
It's kind of a can I slide in here real quick? It's kind of a can I slide in here real quick?
It's kind of breaking up.
Hold on, mute your mic for a second.
Yeah.
Hold on, mute your mic for a second. It's kind of a catch-22 with the racial stuff, because we know right now that we are being manipulated into being angry and upset, and they're trying to facilitate a race war. But it does not. It's hard because that still does not take away the pain and the hurt that we're still dealing with today. So it's kind of hard for I'm kind of caught in the middle, because I see the play, I see the game, but racial things have happened to me in my own life. So I can't say that it's all set up and it's all fake, because I know it's not. The murder porn that they put out, which if y'all don't know what I'm talking about, I coined that term, is when they keep putting out videos of these vicious cops killing innocent black people. That's murder porn to me, because people are getting their rocks off, whether it's racist people seeing a black man get killed, or black people seeing the black man get killed and justify their anger. So I feel like people are just getting their rocks off from watching that. So I call it murder porn. But it's a catch-22. It's really hard. I'm every day I'm trying to figure out how I actually feel about all of it. But that's all I wanted to say about that. You can unmute your mic now, Pookey.
Yeah, it is kind of a catch-22, like how we're seeing this, you know, type of information out there, and we want to, you know, not too long ago, Donald Trump was sitting around with a bunch of, I would say, educated African Americans who believe that they are representation of all of us, and they're speaking out for us. And I wouldn't say that they wouldn't be uppity, but I mean, these are ones with PhDs and probably have done a lot of things in the community, unbeknownst for my knowledge. But I mean, you know, it's very important to have educated Black people sit down and talk to Donald Trump and tell them how great they are feeling about him being president and how changes is going to happen. Now, one thing I want to talk about, I hope this works here, is that, do you guys see this here? This is when Donald Trump was in front of he stepped out of the White House, and he was talking about, you know, holding his Bible and telling everybody, you know, he wants to protect his St. John Church, right? You guys remember that? Now,
yeah,
when we talk about how things upset us, right? And we talk about how images are a lot of things that make your mind actually work, and to use your mind for the best benefit is important to Black people. Now, I want you guys to you guys got a good look at that right there, right? Now, who is St. John? Do anybody know who St. John is?
Please educate me, because I do not know.
All right. Here, let me give you a little bit of an image factor here. And maybe this will help. Oh, there I go. My computer's acting up all of a sudden. You got to bear with me until it gets back up and going.
Hey, that's a YouTube ghost. I understand. It's all good.
Yeah, it was rocking until they did that to me. Why would they do that to me? Okay.
You get to talking.
Yeah, so we're back in action. So you guys don't really know who St. John is, right?
Right.
Let's see if I can get back in here with you. Let me see. All right. I think I can get back in here too. Let me take this down. Is it down? Okay. Okay. So I just showed you that Donald Trump image, right? With him holding the Bible out in front of the St. John. So who is St. John the Baptist? And if you get a good glimpse and a look it up, why he feels so strongly about it, it leaves me questioning his character in some way. And I don't mean to offend anybody who's rocking with them, because it's up to you to decide what you want to vote or you want to tell people out there to do. But one thing that does bother me about this whole entire situation is that what he represents. You see him with the cross in one hand, which also represents the Christian or Catholic type of faith, which also the KKK used to burn in front of your homes, if you don't know that. And then you see here when he's over here holding this image here of a man in his hands with a head cut off. You know, so I don't know what that means. And then you see him with the whole body full of hair on the side. It's kind of blurry. I do know that. But you know, you see him right here. Yeah, you see him with the head cut off, some scroll in his hand, which nobody can really understand what it means. So I wonder, like, what is he why out of all of the churches or any, you know, Catholic, he goes to the Jew wall and all of these different things all equal up to the same worship, basically.
I'm not trying to be biblical because I'm not a Christian at all. But you know, like they say like that. I promise you, I'm not calling Trump an antichrist at all. But you know that they say like the antichrist will seem as if he's like for everybody, or he is everybody. Like he will be the race to everybody. So like Asians will like him, blacks will like him, whites will like blah blah blah, like that.
Yeah, and I'm seeing here this image right here with him baptizing Jesus, supposedly. That's why he got the name, you know, the John the Baptist. So, you know, it seems a little bit of whitewash to me, because if they say in the Bible that his hair is full of wool and feet of brass, it's kind of making sense to me that he's coming up out of the water, you know, the Negroes up out of the water, and he's going to whitewash them.
Yo, I'm laughing not because it's funny, but I get exactly where you're going.
I might be reading into this a little bit too deep.
Nah, you got
know what I mean?
It's symbolism, yo.
I might be reading into this a little. Then you got him, you know, off with the heads and giving it to the queen, which she also converted. I think it was Queen Elizabeth or one of those queens who converted the religion to fit her agenda. So, I mean, all of these saints are starting to sound kind of, you know, suspect is what I'm trying to say.
Well, check me out.
And how does it relate to Trump?
Right? Because they do subliminal things like that, because people don't understand that most of our mental activity happens in our subconscious. So when we see symbolism and we see imagery, our subconscious is always continuously breaking shit down, but our conscious mind isn't. Our conscious mind sees what we see from face value. So like a Christian who knows the mythology, who understands the characters and all that stuff, they will unconsciously know exactly what he's trying to portray. But somebody like me who's not into none of that, I would just see a man standing in front of a church with a book that I don't believe in. So that is definitely something to that, for sure. And we all know that this George Floyd stuff was a psyop, like that. Well, at least that me and my peoples know that. I don't know everybody else's opinion, but people have done enough research to know at the basis, even if he was a real person, that man was set up and assassinated to push off exactly what's going on. And I don't really want to say that's my opinion because everybody's done enough research to know that that's right. But I guess for the sake of argument, that's my opinion. But I'm gonna mute my mic. So
I could definitely respect that. You know, I could definitely respect that. But I just had to, like, you know, really ask you, what is your idea of symbolism? Like, even if it was the king of the Illuminati or symbolism in every movie or popping up in every sitcom and letting you know who's running this shit. Excuse my language. Even if he was able to hop up on the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Home Alone, have his own network, and everybody in his circle was pedophiles, sexual deviants, money laundering, and not to mention our first lady is a porn star. So in some way, it's not suitable for your ego here. I'm just saying, for the black man, it's not suitable for your ego. And if it is, what's your agenda amongst us? Like, I just want to know, like, if you don't look at the symbolism and how things all line up, all of a sudden he sits at a round table and some black man ends up, Robert was his name, who was the article I just showed you. Robert was hung in Palmdale, California, not too long after Trump sat down at the round table talking to black people about reparations and etc. You know, the next one I'm going to get into is reparations, because, you know, we can go ahead and go into the information, like 246 years of slavery from 1619 to 1865. That's in America documents, but that's bullshit because it happened way longer than that. Let's talk about 1400s in Spain. All right. And you don't want to forget about the Greeks. How long ago was that? So don't give us this bullshit information here. This has been going on for centuries. And if you believe that Egypt happened billions of years ago, you must be tripping. How do you know we weren't just yanked up out of this place? So let's go ahead and go into some aspects. 99 years of Jim Crow from 1865 to 1964. 86 years of lynching from 1882 to 1986. 14 years of fighting the Civil War, whitewash. Did I say something wrong? Because at any time you go through lynching at the same time you're fighting a war, you must be crazy to think that you're going to have freedom. Okay. Then you got 40, and then they added all up to 400 years of oppression on top of that. From I might have skipped a couple of days, but 1619 to 2009. Okay. Now, the next thing I want to touch bases is going to be reparations, because I really want people out there to get woke and realize what they're talking about. 40 acres and a mule. And how much is a mule today? It's $1,000. But for oh yeah. Can I show that? And $1,000 for $1,000. Oh, you want to show it?
No, go ahead. Keep talking. Go ahead.
Okay. I know I'm kind of blurry and messing up, but $1,000 for a good okay mule. $8,000 for a good meal today. So you can imagine how much they cost back then when they weren't eating them and putting them inside your freaking, what do you call that?
Taco Bell.
Jack in a Box.
Yeah.
So let's talk about that. I'm going to get into that. But what I also want to get onto is firecrackers, because we do love our firecrackers when 4th of July comes around, right? But let's give it to the Chinese, right? Okay, but I'm going to dig deeper into that. The next one I'm going to talk about is barbecuing, because obviously we got it all from, the modern day 50s advertising, the barbecue grill and etc. Or maybe we learned how to barbecue through the Indians who created jerky, right? Well, I think there's a lot more information that we need to touch bases on.
Well, let's
it's going to all wrap up. We're going to talk about reparations.
Yeah, let's break down 40 acres in a mule.
Okay, I'll get out. I'll get out, and you go ahead and rock that, because I know you will.
Yeah, no, I'm just playing. Okay, I'm just about to read this verbatim, and then we can talk about it a little bit, and then I got like 2 more articles to show, and then I'm gonna let her hop back in. 40 acres and a mule is part of Special Field Orders Number 15, a post-Civil War promise proclaimed by Union General William Tecumseh Sherman on January 16, 1865, to allot family units, including free people, a plot of land no larger than 40 acres. Sherman later ordered the Army to lend mules for the agrarian reform effort. The field orders followed a series of conversations between Secretary of War Edwin M. Stanton and radical Republican abolitionist Charles Sumner and Thaddeus Stevens. And following disruptions to the institution of slavery provoked by the American Civil War, many freed people believed, after being told by various political figures that they had the right to own the land that they had worked as slaves and were eager to control their own property. Freed people widely expected to legally claim 40 acres of land, a quarter section, and a mule after the end of the war. Some freedmen took advantage of the order and took initiatives to acquire land plots along a strip of South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida coast. However, Lincoln's successor, President Andrew Johnson, explicitly reversed and annulled proclamations such as Special Field Orders Number 15 and the Freedmen's Bureau Act. Some land redistribution occurred under military jurisdiction during the war and for a brief period thereafter. However, federal and state policy during the Reconstruction era emphasized wage labor, not land ownership for blacks. Almost all land allocated during the war was restored to its pre-war white owners. Several black communities did maintain control of their land, and some families obtained new land by homesteading. Black land ownership increased markedly in Mississippi during the 19th century, particularly. The state had much undeveloped bottomland behind riverfront areas that had been cultivated before the war. Most blacks acquired land through private transactions, with ownership peaking at 15 million acres in 1910, before an extended financial recession caused problems that resulted in the loss of property for many. A 2020 study contrasted the successful distribution of free land to former slaves in the Cherokee Nation with the failure to give former slaves in the Confederacy free land. The study found that even though levels of inequality in 1860 were similar in the Cherokee Nation and the Confederacy, former black slaves prospered in the Cherokee Nation over the next decades. The Cherokee Nation had lower levels of racial inequality, higher incomes for blacks, higher literacy rates among blacks, and greater school attendance rates. Among blacks. Hold on, let me see something. Now that we read that, hold on, she said, I need 440 acres. Fuck the mule. I'll say it. Cut the check. Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna go into that, because we all know about Rosewood, right? And we all know about Black Wall Street, but there is actually a town, little known. I didn't learn this in high school. There was actually a town in Manhattan that was destroyed to make room for Central Park, what is now known as Central Park in New York. So let me show y'all this real quick. Quick history lesson. An entire Manhattan village owned by Black people was destroyed to build Central Park. 3 churches, a school, and dozens of homes were demolished. When Reverend Christopher Rush laid the cornerstone of the first African Methodist Episcopal, I don't know how to say that shit, Zion Church in 1853, he placed in it a time capsule, a box that contained a Bible, a hymn book, and copies of 2 New York papers, the Tribune and the Sun. These were mementos for future New Yorkers. Excuse me. Rush, who escaped slavery and became the second ordained bishop of the AME Zion Church, also delivered the church's first sermon. He read in part from the first epistle of Peter, an address to the oppressed and persecuted, assuring the congregation that although now for a little while you may have to suffer through various trials, salvation will reward those who kept faith. I'm going to pause right there to show y'all that I'm not drinking pop. This is sparkling water. And it's apple and ginger. Hold on, let me show y'all. I'm not drinking pop. It's sparkling water. It's apple and ginger. But anyways, but even as he counseled hope, the church was doomed. What Rush didn't know was that the land where the church would stand, part of a thriving African-American community, had been condemned 2 weeks before as part of the plan to create New York Central Park. Excuse me. Let me take a drink. The community called Seneca Village began in 1825 and eventually spanned from 82nd Street to 89th Street along what is now the western edge of Central Park. By the time it was finally razed in 1857, it had become a refuge for African Americans. Though most were nominally free, the last slave wasn't emancipated until 1827. Life was far from pleasant. The population of African Americans living in New York City tripled between abolition and complete emancipation, and migrants were derided in the press. Mordecai Noah, founder of the New York Inquirer, and that's very important. Excuse me, because that magazine is popular as it was back then, was especially well known for his attacks on African Americans, fuming at one point that the free Negroes of this city are a nuisance, incomparably greater than 1 million slaves. Most landowners at the time refused to sell to African Americans. A white couple who lived in what was then a distant northern outpost of Manhattan was an exception, subdividing and selling off their land first to Epiphany Davis and Andrew Williams, 2 prominent members of the New York African Society for Mutual Relief, and then to the AME Zion Church. More members of the African Society, whose purpose was in part to build Black communities, followed suit and purchased land too. Slowly, houses were built. Some of them were rather grand 2-story affairs with barns and stables, and some were modest shacks. The area was eventually anchored by 3 churches and a school. And this is a layout, and it shows the location as well. Seneca Village ran along the west side of what would become Central Park between 82nd and 89th Streets. Owning land in Seneca Village meant more than finding a refuge from the slums and violence of Manhattan proper. Buying property meant voting rights, at least for men, as laws in New York at the time required that all voters own at least $250 worth of real estate. Seneca Village probably had more radical purpose too, as a stop on the Underground Railroad. Prominent abolitionists such as Albro Lyons, later recognized as a conductor on the railroad, owned land and lived there. In fact, the African Society, so instrumental in founding the village, was reputed to have a hidden basement for hiding runaway slaves. And the name of the village itself may have come from a philosophy tract called Seneca's Morals, a book that was popular with abolitionist activists. As Seneca Village was building up, however, support for Central Park grew, driven by some of the same pressures that created the African American enclave. The tip of the island of Manhattan was overflowing with people. The slums were spilling over as more and more immigrants arrived, especially after the Irish potato famine started in 1845. None of these conditions appealed to well-off New Yorkers who had already started migrating further uptown or out of town by 1840s. Already the Lennox family and other wealthy New York names owned swaths of land in the vicinity of the proposed park. Real estate developers easily foresaw the demand for an exclusive neighborhood bordering parklands. More than 3/4 of the children who lived in Seneca Village attended colored school number 3 in the church basement. Half of them African Americans who lived there own their property a rate 5 times higher than that city average. And while the village remained mostly black, immigrant whites had started to live in the area as well. They shared resources ranging from a church, All Angels Episcopal, I think that's how you say that word, to a midwife, an Irish immigrant who served the entire town. But in 1857, it was all torn down. Even as the church was being built on 86th Street, then painstakingly painted white, the original settlers fought for their lands in court. Andrew Williams was paid nearly what his land was worth after filing an affidavit with the state Supreme Court. Excuse me. Epiphany Davis was not as fortunate, losing hundreds of dollars. And that's all we got is a fucking plaque. And by 1871, Seneca Village had largely been forgotten. That year, the New York Herald reported that laborers creating a new entrance to the park at 85th Street and 8th Avenue had discovered a coffin enclosing the body of a Negro decomposed beyond recognition. The discovery was a mystery, the paper reported, because these lands were dug up 5 years ago when the trees were planted there and no such coffins were there at the time. Researchers from Columbia, CUNY, and the New York Historical Society have been working on excavating the site of Seneca Village since the early 2000s. The work has been slow, with excavation starting in 2011. The only artifact that remains intact on the site is a commemorative plaque dedicated in 2001 to the Lost Village. And that is like super sad to hear. I'm going to mute my mic so the Queen can go ahead and expound on what I just read.
Yes, that was amazing. Thank you for taking the time to look that up with me. And once again, thank you for wanting to do this with me at such a, a quick inconvenience moment. It just goes to show how well your brain works. You just went in, and I've been trying to get my notes together, but I got stuck at what you're saying for reparations. I'm gonna try to pull this up if I can, so that you guys can take a look here. And I don't know if my calculator would show on here either. Let's see. That might be it. Okay, I just want to say, I want to see if this calculator pulls up to you, so you guys can see the Oh, you guys can't. Sorry. Okay, so I want you guys to take a look at what you're looking at. Now, they promised us 40 acres, right? And even if that was the case, what is 40 acres? That's 625 square feet. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but that's equivalent of 1/3 of a baseball field, also the size of a football field, a big soccer field, 3 lanes of swimming pools, for the Olympics swimming pool, 3 of those put together. Then we got 16 tennis courts. That's a lot of property to give to somebody you consider 3/4 of a human. So now we go and we look at, if I got my little calculator together, we got approximately in 2020, as stated, but the numbers could be JIT, over 329 million. I believe that's right. Or it could be 329 trillion Black African Americans here in the United States. That's what they say. And little do we know there's that amount of people out there. So if you really do the math, if you calculate how much square feet is that, that's over 15 trillion square feet. I don't know about you, but let's see here. Let's let's try to look up. Let's try to look up the biggest Texas. Let's see Texas. I don't think it's showing you guys. Well, Texas, I think I already put down the notes. Texas doesn't even compare to that amount of land. Texas, Florida, California, none of them compare to that amount of land. The whole United States don't have that much amount of land. Well, you know what? It's 625 miles is. That's like an hour or two drive. So could you imagine adding up all that square footage and saying that they're going to give this to you? They lied to you. You've been tricked. You've been bamboozled. Sorry to tell you that, because the White House is 20 square feet around. It's half of what they promised you. So could you imagine knowing that the White House, and you can look it up, the White House is 20 acres, sitting on 20 acres. That's half the amount that they promise you. You think you're going to get more than what they promise you? You got to be fooling yourself. It takes over the United States. It takes over Hawaii. You pretty much, if you get your mind right, you need to understand that you pretty much own United States. I don't know, the agreement's in the agreement. It's in the black and white. Did you read I feel like I'm in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. It's in black and white. You fooled us. Do you know what I mean? You just, hello, wake up. Either you're going to play baseball, be in the field. This is your 40 acres. You're going to run this. Run it, Negro. That's what they basically telling you in your face. You want your 40 acres? Well, then join the football team, join the swim team, join this, and you'll get your acres in that way. I don't know how I get so upset talking about it. I know I need to calm down, but let's talk about the mule. It's $1,000, cheap one, $8,000 for the best one. That's over $2 trillion. They could push those dollars out faster than they can give you this land. That's facts.
And can I say something too?
Company.
Can I say something? Think about the stimulus money that they just gave out, and that was at minimum $1,200 per American. At minimum, because you're not even counting the people with kids. $1,200 at minimum. They just gave away. And I'm not saying that black people didn't get it, because that would be very stupid and irresponsible for me to say. But if they could give out $1,200 like that, just after, like, think about it. They literally just had a conversation, a long drawn out conversation to think of that number. And even that number, I was reading an article and they were saying like that was like a lot of money, and $1,200 ain't shit. Like $1,200 is gonna be gone once you buy groceries and fucking in some essentials, that it's gone. So that was nothing for them to do that. And that's one of the reasons why I don't understand why is there such a debate on reparations. That's a big reason why I don't understand why people try to conversate about what type of reparations. Like, I'll only accept reparations if it's for them to go to school, or if it, like, bro, you can't enslave somebody and then make the demands on what you're okay with giving them and in what form. That is a lot of, I'm sorry, because to my like white associates, I understand that you're not racist, but I have to say that is a very arrogant Caucasian thing to feel, that my people enslaved you, so now I'm going to pick and choose how we say sorry. And you don't get to tell us what you require for the pain that we put you through. No, we know best for you. And it kills me that has to be a conversation. But when all the jobs went away and people are on unemployment and stuff, y'all felt like that's what the government should have done. So how can you feel like a government is required to pay you as an American citizen, but you don't think that your ancestors, because of what your ancestors did to our ancestors and put us in the financial predicament that we're all facing and we're all dealing with, y'all feel like y'all don't owe a shit? Like y'all feel like, oh, well, it happened and I ain't never had a slave, so fuck you. Even though more than half of all these families literally benefited off the labor. Like there are so many companies that we just see every single day that when they very first started, they used slave labor or they used patents by Black inventors. And because they didn't have any legality because they were their owners, they like, okay, my last name is Triplet, right? So if you look far back enough, there will be a slave owner with the last name Triplet. So whoever my ancestor was, he was Triplet's property. And that tag, that brand is still on my name in 2020. And before, cause I don't want to go off on a tangent, but this is the last thing and I'm gonna shut up. Somebody told, it was actually a Black woman. A Black woman told me, I would take you more seriously if your name wasn't Studi Too Groovy. And it's like, what does the last name Triplet, why does that give me credibility or validity? But my grandmother gave me the nickname Studi. And me being groovy is an attribute that I put on myself. So I can't honor my grandmother and give my own self a description, and that can't be enough validity for who I am as a teacher. Like Studi Too Groovy can't be an amazing researcher and teacher, but Stephen Triplet can. Because half the time I don't feel like Stephen Triplet, because Triplet was a slave owner's last name. I don't have no connection to that. When I was in Africa, I doubt that my African ancestors, or even my native, because I have native in my blood, I doubt that there were any triplets. Like, come on. We didn't even sound out our words like that. So I'm going to shut up, though, because I'm actually getting pissed off. But all right.
Yeah, you don't need to shut up. I think you're being righteous to think that we need to use our brains a little bit more to understand that even though it's in black and white, they're not going to uphold the law. They never have upheld the law. And as much as Black people are dying in these streets or in the hospitals before the coronavirus came out and not being treated with the right type of treatments, I don't think that nowhere in, no offense to Caucasians out there, you have never stood up to the racism in your own community. You do not belong in United States. You guys are more so what they call them, the people who crash into people's homes and not pay anything. Hoarders, not hoarders. What do you call those? Squatters. You guys are more so squatters than anything else. And I just wanted to talk about something else. Like I said, the 4th of July is coming around, and they want to sit up here and talk about the Chinese invented fireworks in the 1000 AD fireworks. So supposedly some Chinese monks or Buddhist monks were in their cave somewhere, and they were frying up some bamboo, and they put metals together and they created fireworks. Well, that's not even true, because natural bamboo grows in Jamaica It grows in Africa, and they even have African and Jamaican. Here, let me show you, because you think this is a game. I'm tired of people playing with us like we don't invent anything around here. You know, basically we created fireworks because we also have mixed minerals together. So we are of the earth. We are herbalistic people. So I mean, if these people are creating so many different dynamics of using bamboo, they made bamboo weapons out of metal. You know, before we started using metal, we were using bamboo to cut. So I mean, out of all of those aspects of where fireworks come from, and I know some of you might get offended by your none other than John, what was his name? Somewhere where he had the whole fireworks display all into your Henry. Yeah, Henry the Seventh wedding he had in 1610. Isn't that around slavery, a little bit before slavery? Isn't that funny how that happens, where he has fire, all of a sudden they have all these inventions that they have stolen from black people for centuries and decades, and even the fireworks that you hold and you think you're all American, you're really not. You're just some copycats. And I hate to say it like that. I mean, I'm a really straightforward type of person. I mean, all of this stuff was goes ways back. So I don't understand why they sit around and they talk about fireworks is all about, their culture, and it's something that how the hell did you, my question is, how the hell did you get over there with the Chinese in 1610? Were you guys in cahoots?
Let me say this, right? I don't blame the average white person on why we are in the situation that we're in. Like, I had trouble with this concept growing up, and actually up until a couple months ago, because my eyes have opened a little bit more. It's not really the average white person. They are as much victims of the manipulation as black people are. We are all emotionally manipulated. White people today who aren't racist feel like they are always attacked by black people who are upset about our what we're going through now in our past. And so they get defensive and try to say, well, y'all should get over it because we're not racist and we never had this and blah, blah, blah. And it's kind of a disconnect, because it's like, I don't care, because black people are like this. I don't care if you in particular aren't racist, but the system is racist, and your ancestors, no matter who you're talking about, had slaves or were racist or benefited from the racism. So until collectively white people accept the role that y'all ancestors and actually the people now are doing, we won't heal and we won't see the bigger fight, the bigger picture, because we will always be yapping to each other when it's really the system gave y'all false superiority and the system gave us false inferiority. And because they keep giving us those two different realities, but then put a blanket over us and say, oh, we're all people. We're like, because it's okay. It's more comforting for a white person to say, oh, we're all people. I don't see color. But when white people say that, it's very dismissive for the black person, because all we see are color politics. And because the color politics don't affect white people directly, that's the disconnect, and that's where the anger, the misplaced anger that we have for each other. Because y'all probably, like, I done heard white people say stuff like, well, what about welfare, and what about whoop-de-whoop, and black on black crime, and blase splee. All that stuff is just symptoms of the original oppression, and y'all don't see that. And black people don't see that all the little help programs that the Democratic Party, which were the original racists, that they put in our face, all that is a ceiling and a box that they put us in. And I think once regular white people and righteous black people come together, the change that we're looking for will happen. Because like I said earlier, and now I'm going to shut up and share Pookey's screen and let it take over. I said earlier on Facebook that what we need to do is stop making white people feel like they have to be defensive and apologetic for the things that their ancestors have done. And white people have to not allow us, because I think we're going to do it anyway, but they have to allow us unhindered to separate and build on our own so we can be in our greatness and then come together, because we cannot, in the state that we are in mentally, physically, spiritually, financially, we can't come together because we're not on the same playing field. And until we're on the same playing field, there will always be tension. So if we would stop trying to make people who ain't had shit to do with it feel bad about our situation and fix our situation, then I feel like we can move forward. And now I'm gonna shut up. And Pookey, please expound on that if you think I'm on some bullshit or if you agree.
Sounds pretty good, and I'm not, I'm a little bit harsh than average people, because I believe that the more that we continue on to, accept that the people told us to go take your ass back to Africa, that's wrong. You know what I mean? And they don't really take their asses back to Ireland or any European country. You know what I mean? So why don't you fund each other to, do what's right and leave? That would be in the most righteous thought of process. But you know what the problem is between black people and white people is that we built this country. You didn't. You know what I mean? We basically raised you, breastfed you through slavery, and your white mothers came up with abortion clinics to kill off our babies. You came up with so many different, it's almost to a sense that I want you guys to know this. No matter how nice you are and you do have that one black friend, you tell everybody, I like black people. I have even this one black friend. Deep down inside, you got to know that you have a sickness, you're a disease, more so you're a parasite to a lot of people. And anybody who ever run with you back in the day are now fucked up in bad situations. Now, I already talked about the bamboo.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. I gotta cut in. I gotta cut into that.
Okay.
I think that there are inherent differences between all races, and I think that there has to be a mutual respect to that. And I'm saying how, because I'm answering your question, Sharon. How can we trust them, even the good ones? Nobody should ever trust that somebody else has the best interest at hand of ourselves. Even me as a black person, the next black man, I'm not going to assume that they have the best interest for me. That's for yourself. You have to demand. You have to demand. It has to be a mutual respect. Until we understand that we all are inherently different, because we're all humanoids, but let's be honest, we are not the same species. I don't like when people say that we're all one human race, because we are all, the human race originated from the black woman, and then there's subspecies of human. There's different humanoids on this planet. That's why we're all built different. That's why our original tongues are different, yada, yada, yada. So there needs to be a respect of that. It's not that we are all the same race, because that's a lie. It's just because we're humanoid, that doesn't mean anything. Like our pheromones are different, our hair grows different, our body types are different, our diets are different. There's a lot of differences in us. Like, you would not tell, like, it would be dismissive if you said that a blue jay and a duck is the same thing because they're birds. Like, you wouldn't snatch away the duck's identity and say, no, you're a blue jay too. And I think until we do that, until we understand our inherent differences and respect those and let each other shine in our own ways, we're always going to bump heads. And I'm always fair. So I'm going to show Richard's 2 comments, and I'm going to let you expound on what he said, because he has the right to say his opinion as well. So hold on one second. Richard says, I got a black brother, so I have a disease. This chick has lost me. Pookey, you can go ahead and speak if you want to on that.
I'm sorry. Did he say that he's half black, or he has a black brother? I don't know. I'm confused.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Rich, if you want to.
Because if he's talking like in the terms of what do you call that, Hulk Hogan or something, or hey brother, are you talking like that, or what are you trying to tell me? Because you should know, if you feel the vibe and you feel some type of way, how I feel. So I have the right to express myself. This is freedom of speech. There's no offense, but I do respect your platform, and much respect to all the people out there. But I'm just stating on how I feel. I feel like I have the right to be angry if I've been bamboozled, thinking my people were thinking that they were going to get 40 acres, and the White House is only 20. So I knew they weren't going to give you 40 acres. That was some bullshit lie that they put out there. So if you feel like some type of way, am I a parasite if I have a black brother? I was raised, every white boy who wants to really be down and consider themselves or Hispanic always quote Tupac. Come on, like, you're not Tupac and you want to be Eminem. Did I make you make a mess? I'm sorry. But you know what I mean? It's always, you got to quote some fucking Tupac, DMX, you know. Where's your culture? Don't put up that you have a black friend, you have something. Put up your culture. Don't tell me it's the civil rights. Don't tell me it's the civil rights. That's some civil bullshit. Come on, because everybody has their own agenda. So I don't wanna go off on anybody. If you feel some type of way, then you're feeling the right way when it comes to me. That's all I gotta say. But go ahead, Studi, speak on it, because it's your platform, and I mean no disrespect.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. This channel, everybody says their opinion. This is raw. This is literally meant to have those hard conversations. So, I know. Okay, I talk to Richard almost on a daily basis. For the most part, he has been very respectful. We exchange information. He's been on my channel a plethora of times, and he even knows one of my other family members. So he's cool with me. I'm not saying that everybody has to have the same feelings of respect for him, because y'all don't know him. So I can't expect y'all to feel, whatever connection that I got with him. I've talked to him. We've had our conversations and slight disagreements about, like, oh, can white people join the cause of black people as far as liberation and all those types of things. And he's pretty much down with the get down. Like, he understands that Freemasons are controlling this. He understands that the racial situations that are happening are being manipulated by the powers that be. So that's just my relationship with him. I'm not expecting anybody to just because I say, oh, he's cool with me, that means y'all have to be cool with him. Sharon says, see, that's the problem. They hate when we defend and support our people. Superiority, period. Okay, I'll explain it the way and Rich, you can tell us in the comment if this rings true for you or not. But my uncle was telling me, like, he said, if you were ruling for a very long time and the people that you were ruling under finally said that they want the power, would you give that power away? And I'm not saying that Richard has this complex, but I'm just saying white people as a whole. That's a good ass question, because what I want, okay, I don't think black people would oppress people like that. But what I'm saying is, if I was an oppressor and the people that I've been bullying up until now finally said, fuck that, now it's our time, y'all gonna have to just step to the side, would I be willing to give it up, or would I fight to the death and best man win? Because I think that is the situation with the races right now. And like I said, the government is kind of pushing that battle for us, but I think that's just what it is. And it does get awkward. It gets awkward because there are cool ass white people that are just Americans and they love their country and they just want to just rock. But then the majority of, and I'm sorry, I feel like, I honestly feel, okay, and I'm sorry if this offends anybody, but this is how I honestly feel. I feel like most, if not all, white people have 5% of racism in their body. And I'll give you an example. I'm at work, right? I make sandwiches. I'm in the deli pretty much. Y'all know what Subway is, whatever. So I'm washing the dishes, right? And my boss comes up to me and say, she said something along the lines of like, you washing them dishes good there, boy. Something like that, in that accent as well. And then she instantly just, oh, I'm sorry, was that offensive? Oh, I hope. And I'm just like, that only just confirms what I always say, is that they're 5%. All white people have 5% racism in them, and 2, that no matter how nice or cool you are with white people, for some reason they have to remind you that you're a nigga. At the end of the day, no matter how nice they are, no matter how fair they seem, no matter how, oh, it's all about equality, blah, 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 they cannot help it but to remind you that you are a nigga. And I stand on that, and I'm sorry if that offends anybody. I'm sorry if you disagree, but in my lifetime, I'll be 28 this year. Every single white person I have ever met in some way, shape, or form has said something racial out of nowhere for no reason, and that's that 5% that come out. Like, that's just what it is. And it's not like I like that confirmation, because I be chilling with them. And then it's like why can't I just, like, if y'all really cared about equality, why do y'all do that? Like, why do y'all say racist shit or semi-racist shit, and then when us apologize or ask, did that offend me? Like, you know what the fuck you said. You're older than me. So why do you have to confirm with me whether what you said was offensive or not? And I feel like those are the games that the average white people have to stop doing. Like, that's one of the reasons why we can't heal, because whenever we're like, okay, y'all say that all lives matter. Okay, all right, I'll give you that. So then stop with the racial bullshit. Stop with the side comments. Stop with, because she even was saying, like, why can't we just get over slavery? I didn't have slaves. Da 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 da. And I was like, I said, we cannot heal until y'all acknowledge what y'all did. And she said, well, Irish people were, no, Italian people. She said Italian people had racial epithets too, and da 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 da. And I said, yeah, but don't y'all have Italian towns? Aren't there Chinatowns? Aren't there all these other towns? And I said, all black people have is ghettos. And I said, unless we get the reparations and get to build on our own, we cannot heal. So y'all can't, just because y'all are tired of hearing about racism or slavery, that does not mean that we aren't affected. That does not mean that we're still not hurt. It's like y'all like, and I don't know if it's on purpose or what, but it's very dismissive of the pain. And and most of us, well, I agree that some black people use the black card. They'll do the most ignorant shit. They'll do a crime. They'll do something fucked up that they know they shouldn't do. Then they want to scream out racism. Like, I don't like that. Like, no, nigga, you was fucking up and you deserve to go to jail. But when real shit happens, y'all gotta stop being so dismissive. It just has to stop. It's like, y'all cannot tell. That's like a bully beating a kid ass and then say, what you crying for? It ain't even hurt. That's like I don't think white people understand like that. When y'all say get over slavery, that is the equivalent of a bully telling a kid that didn't hurt. Why you crying? Stop being a punk. Get over it. That's what y'all saying. Like, Richard says, when I was a kid, I watched some of my family and friends act racist, and I've watched that evolve and be better. Your government and media is responsible for keeping the finger on the pulse of racism. I agree. That's why I coined the term murder porn, because ever since Zimmerman, it seemed like every few months we see a cop killing somebody. And they never really show, the sad part about it is they never really show when they kill white people, because I know I saw this video where this one white dude was begging for his life in the hallway, and they just, like, they didn't give a fuck, yo. And he was like literally on the floor, like crying, yo. Like he was like begging them not to kill him. Yeah, it's very dismissive. And yeah, they are always testing us. And I don't understand that. It's like, you want us to get over it, but then you want to give us little tiny reminders and jabs and then pretend like you don't know what you're doing. And it's uninitiated. Like, can I just wash dishes and be left alone? Like, do you have to come? Oh, you're good. You're doing a good job, boy. I'm almost 28 years old. I'm not a fucking boy. And I don't come to work to get your fucking praises on how I wash dishes. Like that. Like, it's shit like that y'all unconsciously do, I guess. And y'all don't see it. And y'all just, it's like, I don't think all white people hate us. I just think that it goes back to what my uncle was saying, that when you have had power for so long, do you really want to give that up? Could you give that up? That's like, if, let's say your daddy left your mama, right? And so now you the man of the house, right? And then daddy come home and now he trying to run shit. Can you do that? Can you just take, or even for the females out there, even like your mama leave, now you the woman of the house, now you taking care of your brothers and sisters, now you're cooking for the family, now you're going to work for the family, whatever you think a woman's role is. And then your mama come home and now she doing it. Are you going to give that power up? Are you going to get your role taken out? Because let's be real, right? If there was a force, an invisible force that pulled everybody on this planet back into the original continent that they were in, could with the and you could not, and there was a barrier, all right? There was a barrier that surrounded everybody's country. Could European people survive off the resources that they have with modern society? Think about all the diamonds, think about all the crops that come from Africa and all these other continents, right? Could modern society still be what it is today if every race had to go to their own continent? And it's clear that the answer is no. The answer is no. So I don't know where Pookey went, but he said, "You're equal to me. You always have been." Yeah, Rich. Hey, I appreciate that, and I know that you're genuine when you say that because you talk to me with respect, and we are equally intelligent, and we just build. So I understand that, but other people don't. It's kind of hard because I've always had white friends, but like my old white friends used to say nigga around me, and they used to say little racist jokes, and I never felt like I was a nigga or a nigger, so that kind of stuff didn't really affect me. I mean, I fought it a little bit, but then I was like, nah, we chilling. That's my bros. But all white people don't got respect for black people like you do. And I don't know what you've been. You might have grew up in an all black neighborhood, and that's why you understand black culture, and that's why you have that respect. But not all white people do. Like most white people, no, not most, but a lot of white people, their only experience with black people is like movies or music videos. So they don't really know how to interact with black people. Like sometimes I would, because I'm in the suburbs now, and I'll be noticing like white people don't even know how to talk to me. They're either really scared or they do the "what's up, bro" type thing. Like they try to put a little hood twang in it, and it's like, you don't just be yourself. Like you don't have to do that because I'm not whatever character. What is it? Caricature of what you think black people are. That's not me. So, but Pookie's back, so I'm gonna shut up. But Rich, when you say that, trust and believe, I 100% believe that that's how you feel about me, at least. Hey, Pookie, you can go ahead and go if you're ready. Oh, well, Sharon says, I feel you, Studious, and no win, and that's how I feel they will blow this motherfucker up before they let us have control over our own people. We are their commodity. That's facts. For both of y'all, that's facts. But that's why we have to kind of separate regardless. Like we don't need permission to separate. Like I don't know if people understand that, but it doesn't have to be a coup. It doesn't have to be killing one another. It doesn't have to be any of that. If black people decided to pick one area in the United States and buy up all the houses and buy up all the land and buy up all the property, what can anybody do? Like I think people have this fantasized version of what liberation is. We could literally liberate ourselves within the same exact system that we're under. Like I don't understand why people don't get that. What is wrong? Well, like why instead of paying? Because think about it. Think about this much. How many people in one apartment building is paying at minimum $600 a month, plus utilities, plus fucking hold on. Okay. First like electric, water, groceries, blah blah blah. Do you know how much money we spend a month? Do you know how much money we spend a month? Why aren't we all collectively saying, if I can spend $600 a month at minimum on an apartment, I can buy a house on this street. And then my neighbor buy this house. And then another neighbor buy that house. And then all of a sudden, the whole fucking block is filled with black people. And everybody's doing for each other. Everybody's growing food. Everybody's, just doing their thing and legally. Like, I don't understand why that concept is so hard. Like, we do. But why? I'll say it this much. Fuck what the white people is doing or not doing. Why aren't our African brethren and Aboriginals in Australia, why aren't they helping? Why aren't they sending money to us? Fuck what other races are doing. Fuck Chinese, fuck Russians, fuck Indians, and I mean that from India. Fuck all that. Why aren't our people sending shit to us? Because that's a big thing that nobody wants to acknowledge, the fact that our own people have left us to the wind and they don't connect with us and they act like they don't care about us. And really, I found out that actually when Africans come and immigrate here, they get shown like this fucking brainwashing video showing all this negative shit about African Americans, and that's why they come out with hate and mistrust of us, because at the fucking embassy and shit, they're showing these propaganda videos on how violent and angry African Americans are. So I don't understand that. I don't get it. The only way that's going to happen only if we get reparations. I don't know. Do we deserve reparations, which is the topic of tonight? Fuck yeah, we do. Do we need reparations? Yes and no, because we run the economics of the United States. Like, we're the only ones who spend money. Every other race saves or invests in the stock market. So we are the only people who are fueling the economy, really. Like, everybody else is saving, investing, building, and we're the ones that's spending all the money. A nigga, I'm sorry, but a nigga will buy a Gucci belt, will save up and buy a Gucci belt when they could have bought a fucking gun, leased a goddamn apartment, whatever, with that money, but they bought a belt or a book bag. So we have to take responsibility. I'm tired of us always blaming white people when we are making the decisions. We're doing a lot. We are doing a lot of what is it called when you we make a lot of self-defeating decisions. Like, for instance, when Atlanta opened up, did people use that stimulus package to start a business or to pay their rent up or to buy a car or put into the stock market or put into did they invest in a business? No, they went and bought Jordans. And ain't no white man make them people stand in that line and buy them goddamn Jordans. Honestly, they're going to get more than half that money back. Shake my head. Ties, offering, materials. That's facts. I know, Richard, but if the government falls, there's going to be a one world order. Yeah. Bought Jordans and Cheetos. That's facts. I'm sorry that a white guy had to say it, but yeah, they bought Jordans and Cheetos. And whose fault is that's not Masons? That's not Jews. That's not white people. That is a decision that Black people made. And we have to change the narrative of all this stuff. Like, let's stop victimizing ourselves. Because I was going to do a whole lecture on like incantations and magic of words and things like that, but it just never came to fruition. But let me look up this definition real quick to make my point. Okay, it froze a little bit, but okay, so I'm about to share my screen, y'all. And I hope y'all can see this. An incantation, a spell, a charm, or an enchantment or a bewitchery is a magical formula intended to trigger a magical effect on a person or object. The formula can be spoken, sung, or chanted. An incantation can also be performed during ceremonial rituals or prayers. A series of words said as a magic spell or charm, or the use of words as a magic spell. So, why did I show that? Hold on. Come on. Why am I showing this, y'all might ask? Because hands up was a spell. Taking a knee was a spell. I can't breathe is for damn sure a spell. Us repeating, they'll never set us free. That's a spell. Because the more we say it, the more it becomes reality, and the more we believe. Like, let me look at one more. Let me look at one more term. And this term is often used. So oops. God damn it. Okay. Hold on, let me see if this has it. If not, I'm just gonna look up manifestation, but Spirit is telling me that this may have what I'm looking for. Hold on. Okay, well, I'll just take this little bit and okay, yeah, this is exactly what I was looking for. What you need to know during active manifestation. These are some useful tips if you are meditating on your vision or practicing visualization. Now, when you say that the cops kill Black people, you automatically visualize a cop either shooting somebody or they're trying to arrest them and they're throwing them around, blah, blah, blah. And more than likely, even if you're not conscious of it, you're probably picturing yourself in that situation, right? So you're visualizing that. Clear your mind to speed up the process of manifestation. Presence and focus are key. If your attention is scattered, your manifestation will be too. Write down a piece of paper, blah, blah, blah. Open your heart for the process. Connect with the feeling of gratitude as you begin. This can be done writing a short gratitude list, whatever. So let's say you write down how many times a black person has been killed by a cop, or you're looking at it, you're reading it, right? According to the Heart Math Institute, the heart generates an electromagnetic field roughly 60 times greater in amplitude than brainwaves do. This field is measured by an electrocardiogram, ECG, which we spoke on before, and brainwaves were measured using an electroencephalogram, EEG, which we also talked about on this channel during these findings. The heart is a major point of attraction. So in your heart, you have a fear that a cop is going to kill you. Now, just let me backtrack a little bit. You're visualizing a black man being killed by a cop, and in your heart, you are sad and scared and angry at that. So now you're manifesting. You're manifesting. You're thinking about it. You're forming it. Be clear. The law of attraction is described as a law. This means that it responds to everything without exception. If you are mixed in your emotions or vision, it will slow the process. The clearer and more detailed you are, the faster your vision will come to life. So when I'm reading that part, because that's when you say, black people, we need to be free. And then you say, but the white man will never let us do it. Boom. Now the process is even slower. Engage your senses. Did you know that the brain can't actually tell the difference between experience and visualization? This is why visualization is so useful for athletes. Now think about it. When you see a video, or when you think about police brutality, you feel like it's happening to you, right? Your heart might start beating fast. You may start feeling defensive. You may get angry, clench your teeth, close your fist, all that stuff, right? Engage the emotion. Y'all get my point, right? So you are literally manifesting that. Yeah, the covering of your mouth is also a spell. That's facts. Pookey, are you ready?
Can you hear me?
She can't tell who's an agent and who's not with the mask. Yes, I can hear you.
I'm sorry. Just my phone went down to 3%, and it was just like, I've been on it. I should have charged it before. I'm sorry. I kind of cut out there. So it might happen really fast. Because it's down on 3%. But I know you were just rocking it. I was listening to you still on the computer, and I didn't want to interrupt you. So it's down to 2. So I wanted to make it real quick, with I don't want people to get my words mixed up or anything like that. So I want to just go down something real quick. Now I wanted to say something here. I want to show you this. Can you see that?
Hold on, let me share it.
Okay, so these are parts in Mexico. Now, on one side, that's where the Aztecs were, and the Olmecs. Do you know the difference between the Aztecs and the Olmecs? One's black and one supposedly is Mexican/Indian. Well, they're all the same. Let's not play any games. That's only about 9 hours away. So how this region take over the bottom of Mexico? I think it had a lot to do with the Aztecs having a war with Europe. Actually, they had a war, and I don't see how any way that when you sit up here and you say that the Indians were here first, they weren't here. They flee. They fought. The Aztecs were fighting them. They moved all the way to the South Americans. So I mean, people want to sit up here and then act like they don't, like we're so racist or something. What you really need in your life is a Moby Dick type of character. Do you know what I mean? You need a black African Moorish person who wants to join your society without being killed, and you want some Native American tracker to help you find more slaves. Now, this is not my cup of tea. That's all I'm just trying to say is, like, being real. Like, we need to start being real with each other. Like, you guys do this over and over to people. Now I'm just going to show you a few more clips because I'm down to 1% or 0 right now.
Oh,
so I'm just going to show you just a few more. Then I'll let you rock and let it charge a little bit more. We just keep going in and out, you know. But I just wanted to show you a few more clips. I'm going to show you the Aztecs, the Olmecs, and also other, see, there I go, other regions.
I don't. Hey, Pookey, if you can hear me, please say so. If not, I am going to show this for a second. I'm going to share my screen if you because I want to show y'all. Hold on, let me see. No, that's not what I want. Okay, because y'all said something about face mask, right? And I was reading something. Yeah, her phone probably did die. I was looking at something and it was saying how, like, excuse me. Remember months ago, it was very, very viral and very, very popular to have those Snapchat masks, like that FaceTime filter thing with the mask. And you know that they use facial recognition technology in those apps. And that was in order to have a database on what people looked like with the mask on. And I think that is very, very important because there are so many things. There are so many traps that we fall for. And not we, because I don't use those filters because I never trusted the shit. And that's kind of childish to me anyway, to see a bunch of people putting little bunny ears and shit on their face. Yeah, they so disrespectful. They said, "Oh, he talking too much," but no, y'all, like we just got to be careful. Like we got to be careful because they be setting up a lot of traps. The next topic, as far as reparations, because I don't know when she's coming back, but what I want the people in the comments, right before, excuse me, before I tell y'all what I think reparations are. I want y'all to tell me, what do y'all think reparations should be? Yosef says, I believe all these social media outlets are like listening devices for the FBI and CIA, and then they take and control the narrative. That's facts. That's big facts, yo. That's exactly what it is. Like, all they're doing is ciphering and collecting data on all of us. Like, I don't know if everybody know this, but once you turn your phone off or your TV off, that camera and microphone is still going on. And remember that we sign a lot of documents saying that we're okay with people using our data. Like when we get these apps or we want to sign up for something, we're really signing away our rights kind of to like these companies to either sell our information to other people, to advertisers and things like that. Yeah, all that shit. So Facebook's equal government. YouTube equals government. And it's like, yo, it's like, how do we get people to willingly how do we get people to willingly make a dossier of them? Because that's all Facebook. Facebook is literally a virtual dossier. It literally, we write down how we feel, what we eat, what we're doing, our state of consciousness, what we're into, who is our family, who's not, who's our friend, who do we interact with, what kind of stimuli makes us happy, sad, angry, depressed. We literally give them our whole fucking entire existence, unbeknownst to us. Like, and the only reason why I use those apps is because, excuse me, it helps me push my brand, and I'm networking and meeting so many amazing people, and I'm already knee deep in the bullshit. So I like, it's no reason for me to stop because they already have everything. It says use the internet, but don't give them the information they're looking for us. You are so correct. And connection. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. All that. Yeah, it's almost like it's a double-edged sword because they didn't think that we would use the internet for liberation, for conscious thought, for interacting with people, for exposing, for learning, for teaching. They didn't think that we were going to do that. And now that's why they censor shit so much. That's why they fuck with numbers. That's why they have fact checkers and all types of bullshit, because they're like, damn, we got all the information, but now they're using it to put information out on us. So how can we stop this with covertly and overtly? Like, it's really crazy. Like, even like somebody is probably looking at me talking to y'all right now. Like, I'm not dumb enough to think that they're not, like, exactly. They think that we wasn't going to figure out their trickery. Exactly. And it's sad, but we are really the minority in thought process. Like, we, as in the esoteric community, gematria community, researchers, historians, scholars, whoop-de-wop, we are really the minority of using our cognitive ability to see what's in front of us. A lot of people are dumb. A lot of people are actively ignorant to the world around them, and they love the fantasy, they love the matrix, and they do not want to budge. They're forced to censor us for exposing them on their platforms. How dumb is that? Ritualistic fucking federal government. That's why we are the most hated. That's facts. And you know what? They don't even, the sick ass part about it, right, is that the powers that be don't have to make people hate us. They attack us because we are tearing holes in their perfect fantasy of what life is. And so they willingly attack us. They willingly discredit us. They willingly argue with us. We can like, okay, I'm going to just use myself. I have shown literal, like, FBI documentation, CIA documentation of things. I have shown patent numbers and gave people the numbers, you know, and people still say that I'm lying or I don't know what I'm talking about or that I'm spreading misinformation. And it's like, are you using your eyes or are you just dumb as hell? Or, like, if you don't understand it, let me explain it better. It's like, it's fucking, Yes, you can, Mr. JoJo, and welcome. I don't know if this is the first time you've been in here, but if it is, please subscribe and thank you for checking us out. Are we the minority of Black people? I don't think that planetary wise, Black people are the minority. We literally populate the most, and we are the most populous around the world. There is nowhere on this planet that there are not Black people. And so true, because they don't want to take responsibility for just saying, I didn't know. That's facts. And I always say this. Do you argue with a college professor about shit that you don't understand, or do you ask him, can you explain it better? Or can you or do you go to study hall, or do you look up the book on your own time and try to understand it? Like, why is it when it's a Black, no, I won't even say that, because white people get it too. Let me not do that. Why is it that independent teachers and researchers get so much hate and flack when a nigga can lie to you with false ass facts in your face, and you will quote them without looking into it, without checking their sources, without doing any type of research or scholarship? Like, it's crazy. Mr. JoJo says, thanks for having me. So why should we, the taxpayers, have to pay reparations for something we as individuals had nothing to do with? My answer to that is, as a taxpayer, why do I have to pay for the policeman to beat my ass or to racially profile me? Because I work. I have to pay my taxes whether I want to or not. So why am I funding the police to oppress me? Like, I think that's kind of a non-answer. I mean, that's kind of a non-question. And on top of that, I'm pretty sure if you're a white person, I'm pretty sure that somebody in your ancestry owned slaves. And if not owned slaves, benefited from the racial inequality. So I think instead of saying, why do we have to pay if as individuals we had nothing to do with it, you should say, as a collective, because I feel what y'all went through was wrong, I feel like us taxpayers owe y'all that. Because I don't get food stamps. I'm not a food stamp ass nigga, and most of the people I know aren't on food stamps. Yet we all pay taxes, and those taxes pay for that. I'm pretty sure companies with CEOs that I never meet get tax cuts. Meanwhile, my little ass check of $100-something that I earned for one day working at a job got chopped up with taxes. So I'm not understanding that question. I'm really not. Exactly. Or do they argue with a doctor when you know a doctor saving cures? Right. They don't want to believe. They'll believe a little pill that tastes bitter and nasty and makes you feel sicker is healing you than a fucking apple. Like, it's crazy. And exactly, that's how I feel. Why I gotta pay taxes to get my ass whooped or killed? That's not living life. And please, Mr. JoJo, please, because this platform right here, I want everybody to feel free to say their opinion, and whether I agree with it or not, I want your voice to be heard, and I don't mind expounding on things that I don't agree with. So please don't dip from that, and please have a response, because I really want to know why you would say that. And that's the thing I was talking about earlier. Hold on, Mr. JoJo said, I am going to subscribe to you. You are an honest man. Thank you for your understanding. I appreciate that. Thank you. I try to be as unbiased as possible. Sharon says they're never going to admit or show accountability for their ancestors' actions and that they're benefiting from. And like I was saying earlier, that has to happen. Like, like white people as a collective have to accept their role in our current demise and let us build. Like I don't, and you're true to your word, JoJo. I appreciate that, yo. I really do, because I just see that you subscribe, so I really appreciate that. Teach them the 42 riddles shows that things are set up. I definitely want to. That was going to be my decoding the 42, the Black Codes 42. So me and you have to link up with that because you're more knowledgeable, and I'll show you all the other information that I found that the number 42 has shown up in history. So that's something me and you can talk about off air. But yeah, my guest has come back. Pookey in the house. Was goody. I don't know if she can hear me, but yeah, okay, she's not ready yet. But yeah, I feel like accountability. Like I understand that y'all didn't do it, but even now, like there's still benefits from it. There's still benefits from racial discrimination. Like somebody told, like okay, let me show y'all this because I don't want to put my man's on blast, but I have to. I have to. Well, I'm gonna see if I can. I'll just go to the picture. I'll try not to show his face because I don't want y'all to be on his head. So let me see. Let me find the picture. Let me find the picture. Because Buddy was tripping. Let me see. Where it's at? Oh, here it go. Hold on, y'all. Because I'm like, what? All right. Hopefully it don't show his stuff because I don't want him to, Okay, it didn't. Okay, let me show y'all this real quick. Okay, this dude, right, that's on my friends list, he posted this picture. It says, white people, the only race you can legally discriminate against, right? And I asked him, how are y'all discriminated against? And he could not give me an answer. And I am going to look up, because I did it earlier, discrimination. Definition, right? The definition of discrimination is the act of making distinctions between human beings based on the groups, classes, or other categories to which they are perceived to belong. The unjust or prejudiced treatment of different categories of people or things, especially on the grounds of race, age, or sex, recognition and understanding of the difference between one thing and another. So, once again, any white person, please explain to me, how are white people discriminated against? We didn't do it, but it's all of our problem and it needs fixed together, and that's the part people don't understand. Exactly, I agree. And Mr. JoJo says, I agree the cops need to have some form of reform because I feel bad and I actually start crying when the cops hurt others for no reason. Maybe reparations will be the answer. I agree, bro. I cry too, bro. I'll be getting emotional about shit, but I'll be trying not to because that's how they manipulate people, and that's why they keep pitting each other up against each other, because they do this shit and then we blame each other as if every white person got a badge or every white person is making up the racial policies. Like every white person ain't no politician, no lawmaker, all
Hello?
that good shit. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm about to pause.
Okay, let me turn it off.
No, I'm going to pause myself because I've been busting my gums, and I'm sure you're ready to speak.
You're a very good spirited man. I must say that. I thank you so much for being patient with me coming in and out. And no matter what, you just kept going. You just kept proving the points that need to be proven. And we can see now what the energies are. I wanted I'm on 9%, luckily, because you were over there speaking, and listening to you. I had the laptop going. I tried the laptop. I tried my computer. It's raining. So when it rains, I guess I have poor connections. I just wanted to explain that. I wasn't trying to dodge in and out. I know I heard a lot of people in the chat talking about the FBI or whatever is watching us. We mustn't be afraid to speak up. They've been watching us for a while, killing us for a long time. Why should we be afraid to speak up and say how we feel? At least if they're going to kill us, why can't we say what our last words are going to be, the righteous words from our soul, and let that be rang? This isn't like a Negro spiritual song. All of those have meanings of death in our ears. That was left. So what I'm trying to say is what I'm trying to get out there. And I did bring up the Moby Dick reference because we read that in school about Moby Dick and the Indian and the African that was with them. But the African was a Moor. He was in a society that was allowing him to kill his own people, long as it didn't mean that his head would be chopped off. The Native American was a part of your shipment, chasing the big whale. But no matter what, whether it was a Mexican or a sellout brother, I would say in a way, no offense to the Moors out there, but you know the real deal, the pain and cost. How can you sit there and watch it and influence it and teach it? You should be ashamed of yourself to even come around a black woman or a black your ancestors. Is a shameful act. What I'm trying to say is basically, no matter if you're in their team, hear me, whether you want to be a Mason, whether you want to be a Moorish, whether you want to be a Muslim, they don't hurt you because you're part of their agenda. But the average black man, such as yourself, Studi, that works every day, that minds his own business, that socializes with other people. I hear your comments, the government, ask your government. Well, let me tell you, you own the government. What government is there? Okay, stop it. Stop. I don't care how many college funds you put out money for. They're not for us. Greek fraternity, Greek shit. And and what they march around the campus doing all those dances, that's shameful. So if it's not a part of your agenda, do you hear me? I hope you can hear me. If it's not a part of your agenda, keep going. I'm sorry. If it's not a part of your agenda, a part of the white person's agenda, then you won't be able to ride on the boat, but you'll definitely be kicked off and enslaved and enchained. The Moorish got enslaved, the Indians got enslaved, / Hispanics that they kicked out. So I don't understand what you're talking about when you're not a part of the agenda, or you just want to help out, or you want to teach some fucking numbers. Well, here's the numbers here. Add up all the fucking deaths, and then somehow symbolically put letters into it, and to spell that shit out to me that you're wrong and your people are wrong and you need to correct them because you don't know the fucking mathematics. Because if you knew mathematics, we'll all know our fucking birthday and wouldn't have a social security number, which making us property. What are you talking about? Encode what? If you already know the encode and the out code, then do something for me. And then you wear the red, green, and black, and you say you're doing it for the people. Don't sit there with your noses up, and then when you get in eating your baked chicken and rice casserole amongst each other at Thanksgiving, you're telling each other how you're going to defeat taxes. See, Jews don't even pay taxes. They don't even claim marriages so they could get welfare. But you sit up here and call us a Negro leeching off of it, and the laws and the lawyers and so on pass laws to benefit whites, not blacks. So if you're not part of the agenda, all of you been on the boat and you've been enslaved too. So there's no winning with you people. I'm so sick and tired of you acting like you're trying to cover up the real true facts. Yeah, the Olmecs were the first Native Americans. Google it. They're before the Aztecs. What the fuck is that? Feathers and stuff and turquoise compared to gold. That's what you saw in your eyes. But later on, you found out with your trackers that we were the ones who were trading gold and etc. Aztecs ate people. Look it up. They were eating people just like you guys sacrifice kids up in your little woods and in the skull and bones. And even in the Bible, you got in the beginning, he created man out of dirt and he formed a man. Well, and then we got to read all the way through until we get to Jesus to recognize there's flesh and blood. Come on. I know the symbolism. I can read between the lines now already. So if you weren't a Moorish or anything else in this society, you explain to me why you came up with this idea of what I'm gonna show you right now. Let me pull it up because I want to show the people that I'm not playing around. I want to show the people about what you were really looking for. The real true Indians that you decided to call them Indians, but there were no Indians at all. They were never Indians at all. So I just want to show the people, let them know about the Africans there are. Let me pull this up. You go ahead, Studi. I'm gonna show them. Pull it up.
Well, while she's pulling it up, I'm still putting up people's comments. And I'm pulling up some of the 42 stuff that I have. No, I'm going to save it. Never mind. I'm going to say it because we rocking on this. She don't understand that those white people are white people's enemy as well. If you're not one of them, you're cattle on the ranch. Hope I never hear this lady again after.
You know what? Skip that. Let me tell you something, Richard. Let me tell you something, Richard. How was they your enemies when you were benefiting? Your grandmas and grandpas were benefiting off of it. And now you're saying that they were enemies of ours while you're still benefiting off of it? You're born with credit. We're born with a prison cell waiting for us. What are you talking about? Do something. Then sit up here talking about like you're down with the get down. Stop playing with me. I'm not the one. I'm telling you right now. You better speak some facts because I haven't seen you put up nothing but your personal opinion and your feelings and emotions. You better recognize who you're talking to. Sorry, Studi. Go ahead.
Nah, I mean, like I said, on this channel, everybody can speak how they feel. Like I'm not here to censor anybody or stop their will. Y'all can agree to disagree or battle it out. Like that's what I'm here for. Because this is one of those hard conversations that I feel like people usually shy away from. And I ain't here to censor shit. Like, Who Asked You podcast is definitely for this. Pookey Moon has a point. Okay, Richard, he's out of here. He said, sorry, bro, I have to cut it off. I don't understand. That lady and her jabs were appreciated, and the only show she may know a couple things, but she has no
jabs. These are blows, baby. These are blows.
I mean, when it's hot, get out the kitchen. I guess.
Look at here, Studi.
But Richard is, Studi, Rich, my boy. I don't know, but when it's too hot, get out the kitchen. I guess.
That's right. And if it doesn't apply to you, and you want to learn some real information, and it doesn't hurt you. It shouldn't hurt you to hear what someone's feeling and what they have to express.
5%.
See, you think that we're all stupid out here and we want to do 1 + 1 = A and B, and you know what? Shut the fuck up with all that. I'm tired of it. Excuse me, but I'm upset right now because I can't believe this mess. So let's see here. You see all these black women sitting up here, these black people right here. You know, they're a missing tribe, and I don't want to mispronounce their name, but I have it here at the top. Right?
Is it Jarara?
They're in, huh?
Oh, is that the wrong name? Jarawa?
Jaroa? I think that is.
Jaroa?
I hope I'm not pronouncing it. But you guys gotta
He might. I don't know. I don't know.
Thank you, sister. Thank you. I don't want to upset you neither. I don't want to upset nobody, really. I don't want to upset Studi because, to be honest with you, I really wanted to do this with my uncle and get in contact, but things are happening. He has to tend to my cousin who was also in the riot and got his mouth busted out, and he's over there taking care of that. But, right now I'm thankful for Studi to be patient with me. Later on, maybe he could delete it. I don't, but right now I'm having my moment. I'm enjoying this with you. I must say that to you, so I thank you and appreciate it.
That.
Now we're looking at the Africans right here. They're in Asia Indians, which they were saying that they were going around looking for, and supposedly they found something more beautiful and magnificent. Now these kids and these people are in the next human zoo. I don't know if you guys hear about that, but busloads of these Arabics that pretend to be Indians are going around taking pictures and photos. These people are probably being raped. And who knows? They're killing them off slowly. Supposedly, these people were around before Egypt, but around that decade. So you got to imagine, people, what they're trying to hide while this rioting is happening. Our indigenous people are disappearing, which is shameful. That's all I'm trying to say. That's the point I'm trying to get through. You take a look at her right here in the red with the red hairdress, right? Okay, now I'm gonna end that. I'm gonna end that one. I'm gonna come on over to another one here. Now you sit up here and tell me that they didn't know the whole entire time what they were doing to us and fooling us with. I don't mean to be disrespectful anyway, and to all the women out there, you must see this. And this is what I was trying to share with you guys. I hope it's up there if you can see it. Do you see that? What they see?
Hey, I was looking up some of that stuff too. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Pickaninny.
Yeah. And it's like, why would they depict a little black girl? You know what I mean? And you sit up here and act like, oh, they're making fun of her. Pickaninny? They're over here raping little black girls in Africa is what I'm trying to tell you. They're over here we're all over the planet. That's one thing we need to understand. And no matter how hard it was for him to understand, look at it. That's his auntie right down there. Richard, I found your grandma down here at the bottom right here. She's picking out her something too, a souvenir at the bottom right there.
Yeah.
Right here. So what I'm saying here is that they knew. Look at the red headdresses. Look at the dark skin. You know what I mean? And they put up here and making fun of us. Put on some clothes and all of this type of stuff. I believe they knew. They knew the whole entire time we had people out here, and you gotta imagine.
Hey, Pookey. Can I show something? Can I show something to the people? Don't exit your screen out, but I'm about to share something real quick.
Oh, how can I take it off?
My bad, my dumb ass. Hold on. Pookey, Studi, I am sorry for what happened to you and your ancestors. I am a white guy and I did not know. I love everyone and I don't like to see suffering. I cry when I see it. And it's you know what? It's gonna take if you truly feel Pookey, don't laugh. If you truly feel like that, then the best thing that you can do is just spread the information that you didn't know. Because a lot of us weren't taught the things that we're talking about even tonight.
And you can also put it in a country song because
Okay, I'm about to play this song, right? And I'm playing this because we hear this come down our street every summer. And a lot of people don't know that this is actually a very, very racist song. So let me play this.
watermelon. Yeah, you George Washington, Henry Clay, Abraham Lincoln, Woodrow Wilson, Jackson. You them Thompson niggas quit rolling them bones and come down and get your ice cream. Yes, ice cream. Cut up that ice cream. Watermelon. Well, I went down to compare the other afternoon. There was all a yellow girl, her name was Pookey. She was sitting on the rail with the heel to the fan. She watermelon, the fish in the pan. There's I'm a Pookey dear, when you give your heart to me. You need a hundred boy, really don't see. From the watermelon, trickle down the chin. Make it take $100, can you like it? Then a nigga love a watermelon, ha ha. Nigga love a watermelon, ha ha. Turn it up, the bass when we have another tune. And it's nothing like the watermelon goes 100. Nigga love a watermelon, ha ha. Nigga love a watermelon, ha ha. Turn it up, the bass when we have another tune. And it's nothing like the watermelon goes 100.
Okay, I'm not gonna play anymore. But
you know what, Studi? I know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I had a teacher in the second grade, and then we moved from. I used to live in Illinois, and we moved to this small town. It's called Elksville. It's outside of near St. Louis area, but St. Louis borders into Illinois, kind of in some ways. If you ever been around there. But this teacher, the second grade teacher, used to sing that, and I didn't now it kind of kind of registered to me that she used to come into the classroom. I'd be the only black girl in the classroom, and she used to sing songs like that and smile.
She would whistle.
No, she would sing that. Pick a watermelon.
Oh, wow.
She would sing stuff like that. And being that I had no idea until I went to my grandpa and was singing it, and he was like, he went up to the school. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean it's really difficult for people to grasp that. I don't mean for us to go into a rage and be angry. You know what I mean? I don't want us to be angry, but we should have some type of feeling that, you know, that our people did not know where they were in slavery. Because if they knew where they were, they would understand 40 acres was bullshit. So they had no understanding of map, and we shouldn't be paying attention to maps because maps can be flipped and turned on us. We got to think outside of the bubble. We have to expand, you know. I was talking to my uncle's wife, and she's from Africa, and I was talking about how we should be able to import and export goods in our community without having to deal with the Coast Guards and etc. They're doing a lot worse. Child trafficking, etc. That is pitiful. Like I said in the music, you know, I'm talking around and, you know, but in the music, they still play that fucking country music, still being very bigoted in their words. And if you really listen to them, which I can't because it's off my frequency, it makes me feel like they're saying, like on 12 Years of Slave, run nigga, run nigga, run. You know, I hear that. And maybe it's something, you know, if people might say there's something wrong with me. No, that's what I hear when I hear white people with a banjo, you know, or a guitar. I don't hear the famous what's his name, the one who played the electric guitar with his teeth and could play the American what's his name with the afro back in the day. Dang, was it Leonard Kravitz or something like that, maybe. But I just don't. How can our own instruments be used against us and throw us off our frequency is what I'm saying. How can we sit up here every single day and demand something that we're inside of a bubble? And I don't understand how we don't see how we're going to ever be free when we sat around, we allowed prisons to be built. Hell, we probably even built them ourselves. I feel bad for our people because there's no escaping these vicious ass people. While they're loading up on guns, we're trying to load up on saving up our money for rent and feeding our families and scratching and scrounging. We can't get guns because they hit us with felonies.
Wait. But can I say this though? The same cost of a Jordan is the same cost of a gun. So it's all about choice too. Like it's not. I understand that once you get a felony, you can't legally have a gun, but
legally, but you still.
I mean, you can. Yeah, we all know there's ways to do what you gotta do. You feel me? Scratch out the numbers. But anyways, yeah, we still have a lot of choices. Because think about this. Even through all this stuff, right?
Oh, that's a good point too. How many pawn shops sell guns and scratch off the serial number too? And then it ended up in a lot of black hands, and now we got stolen guns and felonies on that. That's something we should look at too.
And people are talking about the price of PS5 is going to be like $500 to $600. That is a gun, and that's a CPL that you could have instead of buying a PS5. So it's all about what you want.
Like, this might be ignorant, and maybe I don't know, but I wish I could name black people who shoot up churches, shoot up schoolyards, and then we sit up here. I wish I could name at least on one hand. You know what I mean? I wish I could name this.
It's a cultural thing. It's a cultural thing. Like,
come on, I can't. Like
black people, that's not our people. Black people are more likely to say, "You did something to me, so now I'm gonna fuck you up." But white people are like this, like y'all did this to me, so I'm fucking all y'all up. Like it's just different. It's like they're gonna cause as much damage as possible. And black people are more like, I'm gonna fuck you up, and I'm gonna make sure that you know that you fucked up. So they might shoot a whole house up or a whole yard full of people, but they're not gonna drive down the street and shoot every single house up.
But, Donald Trump's wife is an immigrant herself from over there in those European countries. So there's a lot of people coming from the Irish who burnt down New York and killed a lot of black businesses. We don't talk about them. We don't talk about the Irish who came, those immigrants, and they come all the time. They come all the time into this country, and nobody talks about it. So I mean, when do we have our on go? I mean, we can gather up amongst each other. You know what I mean? Go to Africa, which is the richest place ever, but yet we rather sit in our houses, drink Starbucks, which has a white woman's, symbol on it, and just be like, we're okay with that. We don't care about where the beans come from. We don't care about the enslavement they have in different countries in Brazil or different places. But what do we have that is ours is what I'm trying to say about the reparations, why everybody's celebrating their independence, why they were all slave owners. So why should we celebrate that? Why should we even fought in the Civil War or fight in any of their wars when it doesn't benefit us at all? We thought we were going to get out of slavery, yet they're still lynching, and they're still lynching afterwards, and not too far off from places in Illinois like Cairo. You know what I mean? They plan on drowning those people out just like they did in Louisiana, Illinois. So that's a small town in Cairo, and it's in between. It's a richest piece of land. They called it Cairo because they found documentations that supposedly Egypts were there, or they named it because it looked like Cairo. No, it does not. I've seen Cairo. It's dry as fuck with a bunch of Arab. What I'm trying to say is, like, that small place, they don't want to give any housing to those people, or they're trying to pull them out or drown them out. When black people integrated there, that's where you get the Black Panther movement. You get all these different type of movements. You get Jesse Jackson coming down with his fucked up ass apology to white people if we wronged you any, go somewhere with that. So we go with, this small little place, surrounded by the Mississippi and the Ohio River, and these people have been struggling. They didn't want to give them jobs when they wanted to work. They were very racist. They recruited something called the white hats. The white hats were people just like you see in the protests that wear these militaristic hats or white cowboy hats, and they were carrying guns and doing what the police department hired them. The sheriff department recruited these white men, and they were going around shooting, blowing up stuff like you see today on TV. These white protesters, or whatever you call them, with the A or whatever they call themselves. Those are the same people. You think that they're patriotics, but no, these are the same people in the police force. You know what I mean? They say they're patriotics, and how do you get all this military gear is what I don't understand. There's a hell of a lot of racism, and I talk to my friends and black men who's been in the military, my cousins and family. They can't wait to get the fuck up out of it. You don't understand that they're having military bases training military soldiers to pretend to be Arabs so they could practice.
Mm-hmm.
This is crazy to me. They're practicing on their military bases dressed up as Arabs. They have actual Arabs. And they sit there, have beers with them at the bars and stuff. And then they go back to their military base. And they practice on how they're going to capture a terrorist when they're the fucking terrorists. They're raping people. I don't know if you ever seen what happened in Guantanamo Bay, how they was making them naked and putting rags over their faces and stuff. That's all racism. If you're going to torture a person, if you're going to kill a person, or you trying to get some information out of a person, either they're going to tell you or they're just going to die by it. That's what you got to respect. So I just don't see the cruelty and the way our people follow into this. The military is not for any black woman or black man to join. You'll realize that because not too long ago, a lot of military people were on food stamps. So you weren't really feeding the military. I don't think they even recognize that. And you're feeling like you're safe because you're on the military base and they provide housing for you. But when you step outside of that community and you're around civilians and your child is being pulled over or shot in the head, then you'll realize, what are you actually fighting for? What type of freedom are you actually fighting for is what I'm trying to say. Like, where is your reparations? Why couldn't you have a black military? Why does it always have to be under somebody else that always has to come out and say, there ain't no racism in this army or anything? There is.
Now, let me show you. That's a good place for me to show what I'm trying to.
Okay, I'm gonna mute it.
Okay. They call the lead referee on the field white hats. See, I didn't know that because I don't be into sports like that. Thank you for that, Blue, because I didn't know that. Let me show y'all this picture.
That was good. He was smart on that.
Yeah. Blue the truth on many levels. But let me show y'all this. This is why we can't say this is post-racial. Look at this idiot posing as King Kong with a white lady. And that the basketball is a club. Do you see that? And they throw it right in our faces, yeah. And it's always a coon ass nigga that they get to do that. And I just don't understand it. Like, I don't get it.
It's a home. Anytime you're running, no offense, I know our men like to get their exercise. Our black men and women like to get their exercise or whatever. But I have a question. You're wearing some very thin fabric around your, I just showed you the 40 acres and a mule. So you're running that shit, the football field, the basketball courts he's basically saying, you Negroes are not going to get 40 acres, but you could run a football field with a pig in your arm. And that's the closest to you having anything. But you got this black man sitting up here looking like King Kong and other bullshit they do with this, like holding her up like he's the only thing that matters. He's a beast within inside of himself. That has nothing to do with us. But I just don't get why you have such thin fabric with your balls and your ding-a-ling swinging all over the place, and you're up against each other, and then you got the females on the sideline spread eagle up in the air. You got to know
it's a lot of and it's a lot of like low-key like homosexual, you know, even within football, it like all those contact sports, it's a lot of homosexual undertones. He said that's wrong that Vogue did that. No, it's wrong that LeBron James said, yes, I'll do it. Like, I don't care who made the suggestion. It takes somebody to say yes for it to even happen. So that's on LeBron. That's not on the whoever the racist group of people who decided that, oh, let's do this cover. He still had to say yes. He still had to take the money. So that's on him. Like, I'm not gonna let him not take responsibility. They think we have a 6th grade IQ. Trump said he'll be president a long time ago, saying that the American people have 6th grade IQ. Yo, what Trump said is, he said if he was to ever to run for president, he would choose racist Republicans because those are the lowest level thinkers. He said that in an interview when he was like younger. So he already knew what it was from the jump. But let me show, before Pookey come back on, I got a video to show y'all, and then I'm gonna shut up and let her go. It says, or it means play sports and you can have a white woman. I mean, it's a lot of hidden messages in that one image. Like that's a real powerful image. That's a real powerful image.
She's right. And what did they say? Shut up and dribble so we can see those big old dinglings swinging. That's what she was really saying deep down.
Yeah. Yeah, let me see them balls swing because you talking too much. But yeah, let me play this.
This is Jay-Z's.
Because I don't want them to snatch my shit. So I'm gonna wait till he done with this. Cause they've been copywriting my shit. Okay.
Minstrels.
Dang, man. Come on, hurry up.
And language of animation.
Okay.
She rubbed the knuckles, brought them down to the nub, yeah.
From the white gloves to the huge eyes and mouths to the violent explosions, our cartoons are chock full of imagery rooted in racist minstrelsy.
Smack the fuck out that nigga if I saw him doing that.
America.
Don't you forget those old N-men there. Oh, those comical N-men.
White people in blackface makeup pretended to be caricatures of black slaves and freedmen.
How would you like to go to work for me?
Yeah, ma'am. How much you gonna pay me, I hope?
By the 1840s, the minstrel show had become America's most popular art form and lasted into the early 20th century, through the early years of animation.
Amen, brother.
Minstrel shows provided animators with stock characters and themes that would have been very familiar to their audiences. Because of this, many early cartoon characters weren't just like minstrels. They were minstrels, with black bodies and faces with big white lips and eyes. And they aped the classic minstrel show, with big opening musical numbers and slapstick send-ups of well-known plays and stories. By the 1930s, live minstrel shows were on their way out, and their expression in cartoons became more self-conscious. Mickey Mouse had to literally black up to perform a minstrel send-up of Uncle Tom's Cabin. Long after the classic minstrel show faded from view, its vestiges remained in animation, even today. Take, for example, the white gloves worn by so many cartoon characters. That was an essential part of the minstrel costume, likely taken from the formal wear of slaves. And now, Nintendo portrays the white glove as a god of the cartoon universe, the ironically named Master.
I remember playing that game.
Cartoon explosion where the faces are charred was a direct reference to blackface makeup. Also, That's a Bar of Swanee River playing in the background, a traditional minstrel song. Underlying this explosion gag is another, more profound dynamic with roots in minstrelsy: repetitive, brutal violence with no consequences. The historical American setting for such violence had been plantations, where masters saw no consequences to mercilessly
Super
beating
Smash
and torturing
Bros.
slaves.
Yep,
This
the
violence
original
became a
one.
stylized part of minstrel show
64,
slapstick,
yep.
which made its way into vaudeville and animation and carried forward through 20th century cartoons.
Odds are coming, Master Elmer. Tote that barge, lift that bell, yassa, yassa.
Which brings us back to Jay-Z and those cartoon figures in the
Oh,
story
stop
of OJ.
with
The song and the animation
fucking beat. Chill. Hey, let me show y'all something. Ooh-wee. That just had... Ooh-wee. Yo, it's so sick, bro. Like, y'all don't understand, bro. When I tell you I ate this for my whole childhood, yo, this is the last thing, then I'm gonna give it back to Pookey. Yo, you know how many times I ate this in my house? Y'all see this? Y'all see this shit? I know y'all done ate Hamburger Helper before. The white glove. Yo, that's crazy. Yo. Are y'all seeing what I'm seeing? That's crazy. That's worse than Aunt Jemima. Hold on. Y'all know who I'm talking about, right? Come on. Hold on. Yo, this shit is... Yo. Yo. What? Are y'all see? I know y'all see what I'm looking at. What? This shit is like...
Yeah, that's in our households. That's in our households.
Yo, that's crazy. Yo, it's a box in your auntie. It's a box in your auntie cupboard right now. And then look at this mother. Come on, bro. I don't want to see that. Yo, I don't want to see shit like that. Yo, that's crazy. Hold on, I got one more. What was I? Damn, what was I thinking? Oh. Why is there Uncle Ben's rice? Please let me know why is there Uncle Ben's rice. Come on. Look at this, bro. Why is there Uncle Ben's rice, dog? Yo. Because it's staple in America.
Studi, there's one I want you to play. It's on YouTube. It's called Dear White People, and it's Reggie Green's poem. And
Okay.
I wanted to play it on here and share it with you, but I don't know how the sound will be.
Yeah, I got you.
Because I didn't want it to make it sound very echoey. So I wanted to share that with you as well. But I didn't want it to sound it's called Dear White People, yeah. And it's just put in Reggie.
Oops.
The
Reggie.
Yeah, that's you see Reggie, but that's just a trailer. Just put in Reggie. REGGIE Reggie poem. There it is right there with his hands up holding the book, just like kind of like what Donald Trump. But this came out way before. But no, go back right there. The second video.
I was trying to make sure it didn't come out in
Okay. I'm a mute. You can't hear it.
You said you can't hear it?
No, it's not.
Here, I'm gonna stop the screen and then let me share it again. Make sure I got the share audio. Yeah, I didn't have the share. Well, I don't know. I don't know what just happened, but here, let me run that shit back. Hey, by the way, I really love the show and I love the movie. I'm just putting that out there. But
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights. Among these, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Unless you're loud and black and possess an opinion, then all you get is a bullet. A bullet that held me at bay. A bullet that could puncture my skin, take all my dreams away. A bullet that could silence the words that I speak to my mother just because I'm other. A bullet held me captive. Gun in my face, your hate misplaced. White skin, light skin, but for me, not the right skin. Judging me with no crime committed. Reckless trigger finger itching to prove your worth by disproving mine. My life in your hands, my life on the line. Fred Hampton, Tamir Rice, Rakia Boyd, Reggie Green. Spared by a piece of paper, a student ID that you had to see before you could identify me and set me supposedly free. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. For some of us, maybe. There's nothing self-evident about it.
Okay, I do not know where Pookey went, so I'm going to keep the conversation going until she comes back, and there she is right there.
Sorry, my bad. I'll try to play it on here and see if it.
No, it went through. It went through.
Yeah, but it was like kind of like off and on, and so you didn't really hear the full words of it. But I do want the people to see it and to listen to it. Okay. So I'm gonna try to play it on here. Hopefully it doesn't echo. I'm
gonna mute my mic too.
Tell me if you can hear it or not.
Yeah, we can't hear it. But look, Yosef said that they heard it. Yeah, everybody's saying that they heard it fine. I don't know if you can hear me now, Pookey, but everybody says that they heard it just fine. And that's like super.
Sorry.
No, you're all right. They everybody said that they heard it. They heard it. And that was like real choppy and like we couldn't really see nor hear it. But I understand. I definitely go ahead and expound on that because everybody said that they heard it.
He said it best. His
Go ahead and expound on that.
I mean, that's what we're faced with every single day when we're. That's what we're faced with every single day when we're asking for our rights, our reputation. It's always, like he said, a piece of paper that you needed to identify me. My life in your hands, my life on the line. You know what I mean? Like that is very deep. He named a lot of people that has to deal with that. We get pulled over by police. We want to do our best, but even reaching for the information get us shot. And we want to put more Black people into our communities, but Black police officers don't even stand up for us when they know that we're being treated wrong. And they do a lot worse to us themselves, because that is exactly what is, yeah. Well, you know, I don't know if he's white or whatever, but I think he gets it. You know, some people need to just check their morals and their understanding. It's not, you know, always about certain, you know what I mean? Like, it is about symbolism, but it's also about understanding, reading between the lines here. I just want us to wake up a little bit more and stop being tricked and bamboozled. If you owe me some money and you don't, and I see you out there living luxuriously and I still need my money, I'm going to come ask you, hey, you know, where's my, you know, little bit of something you owe me, right? So what is the problem with us doing that? Is what I don't understand. What is the problem with us saying, hey, you said this, but you were full of shit? What's the problem with us saying you put us on slave ships and the only way we can ever be on a ship if we join your military into some type of control? It's crazy to me to see how many people, how many black people, what we don't read into, how many black people who've been to Afghanistan, who's been to all these wars and face casualty deaths. I just want to know, because I'll be honest with you, I've even heard my grandpa say, when the Japanese and Germans were fighting against America, he ran across a Japanese and he was gun on gun. They talk about, we don't want you. And the Germans, we don't want you. We're looking for them. But yeah, they're in the bars drinking, and a lot of Albert Einstein is supposed to be a genius, which he stole the Gaga rule, the mathematics from Africa, and he created the atomic bomb. So they put him up on a statue and say he's a genius, but he killed millions of people with his mathematics. He's a murderer. Okay? So next time you stop a little black boy from cutting your grass and thinking he's a threat, which we invented the lawnmower, think again, is what I'm trying to say. And then he got his citizenship through a German judge. So they got a list. You've seen the movie Schindler's List, when they sit up here and talk about, they put all the smart people and put them on the side and listed them. The Jews were working with them, trying to make it seem like, oh, this person's not smart. He's a maintenance man. He's not a teacher. He's not he doesn't teach up at the college or anything. He's just a maintenance man. So they were trying to switch up the books here and then say that they were keeping all their smart people up in the camps and everything. So the rest of the people who were actually the freaking the maintenance mans were getting smoked first. So it didn't matter, is what I'm saying. They picked their best, and then they kill off the ones that don't matter at the end. So it's like they don't even care about their own people. What makes you think at any time where they start allowing immigrants in to be maids and yard keepers and janitors, and we had to work through slavery and we can't even get a job in that field anymore, let alone we don't even want it anymore? We should have been already advanced. This isn't a fight to keep America safe or anything like that. They're already building tunnels underground, and they're already building spaceships for their super Earth now. They're not planning on staying here. They're planning on leaving us or going underground, hiding, because they know something is coming. And it's just like we're the ones that are late to find out. Whatever's left of it.
The sun is heating up, and all non-melanated beings will have to go underground because they won't be able to stand the radiation, because melanin absorbs the photons and convert it to energy, and they don't have enough melanin in their skin. That's why a lot of non-melanated people get skin cancer and those types of things. After you expound, Pookey, on that, I got a video I got 2 videos to show, and then we're gonna end it because it's almost three. It's almost 3 hours and 3 in the morning. So.
Yeah, we can go on and on. And I thank you for this. But yeah, they are non-melanin, and they knew that when they creeped up into Africa, they were willing to take that risk. Do you understand what I'm saying? Some people are willing to take that risk to kill us off. So
Well, Seti was saying like most of those settlements in Africa were near the water. They weren't actually getting into like in the middle of Africa.
Yeah, they ambushed Africa. You got the Arabs coming up from the north. Wait, I wrote it down. You got the Arabs coming up from the northeast. Let's see here. Italy. Italy and Rome came up from the west. Greek came up from the east. You got Muslim, Moorish coming up from the south. We've been bamboozled. Well, I mean, he's right about that. So stop saying my DNA says I come from South Africa. My DNA says that I come from the shores right where they left off. But you forget all about Spain, where they invented castration. You forget about that. You forget about the Africans and the Caribbeans. You forget about all the Africans that also were part of the South Americans. And when they took over them, they moved their asses over to Mexico because it was the closest. But we need to really understand that the fact of the matter is, no matter how they give you a job, they still tax you. How can they get taxes off of you when you built this country is what I don't understand. They're getting taxes off of us. When it comes down to getting our refunds at the end of the year or everything, we're getting taxed. We got to pay more for our student loans, for even education. Voting depended on how much if you can even have an IQ of an astronaut, or you can guess how many jelly beans are in a jar. We need to stop playing, because they made fun of Donald Trump for having an orange face rather than a black face because it wasn't dark enough. They made fun of Clinton for hanging out and making fun of blackface. But they all did the same thing. They all hung out with the same type of people. All of our people being locked up for no reason. Meanwhile, all of the perverts and freaks are being left out. I don't think people understand that Jeff Epstein was able to leave the prison and still work and continue his business. And then at the end of the day, go back to prison. When have that ever happened for any black people? Once you go in there, they'll find you slip. Oh, you bust your lip. Okay, let's give you an extra few weeks in the cell. You know what I mean?
Heard Cosby name in a little minute.
This is crazy. I don't.
Listen, Bill Cosby could be dead for all we know.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, you know that model that was on Tyra Banks, that white lady? What's her name?
No, I don't.
Jenny something. She's the one who said that Bill Cosby drugged her and raped her. She's one of the victims. Yet her new husband is a therapist, and he's been accused of sexually assaulting his patients and drugging them. So, and then she hung out with the same people Donald Trump hung out with, which was he owned a modeling agency. Isn't that funny? With underage girls, and was accused of trying to give them alcohol and drugs and drug them. So, I mean, you guys really need to do your history on all this modeling agency.
Whenever I watch a movie and I see a child actor, it's really hard for me not to think, like, dang, are they being molested right now? Or like, what did their parents sell them to the director type shit? Like, it's really hard for me to enjoy movies when I see a child actor, actress.
And they're porn stars now too.
Yeah, y'all got to be careful, y'all. For the niggas, for the weirdos who like to go to the teen section on porn sites, you don't know if you're watching child porn or not, and I don't think you want to find out. So it's best that you don't go go that way, period. Like it's so much sick ass shit that's deemed normal to us that we don't even think about. Like it's really a lot of sickism.
So what do you think? I don't mean to cut you off, but I know you got 2 more videos. What do you think as Black women and Black men realizing what's going on and how they're trying to decode and encode bullshit and say that we're part of the agenda? We know our people that are, you know, quick to say, master, they're finna to escape tonight, or you know what I mean? We know those types among us. So what are we facing in the future? Because we're gonna get old someday. And as you can tell, they don't give a shit about the old. They're throwing all the old people in coronavirus and all those people among each other. And I don't know what's about you, but I'm also licensed in the medical field too, with working with elderly people. And I tell you one thing, they don't have PPE. They told me, and I had to say no to one option, that they were rewashing PPE. This is a true fact. They're rewashing PPE. PPE is a protection for you to wear.
Personal protective equipment.
Yes, and you're supposed to take off that and throw that in a contaminating sector, because in some rooms bacteria grows in that area. You know what I mean? So they have certain rooms for certain people who die of certain diseases. So imagine you wearing PPE throughout your whole entire shift and you're making contact with your PPE in that room with other people. A person with coronavirus or any disease can sneeze and that will circulate at 100 miles per hour around the room. Your sneeze alone, whether you have a cold or a flu. So you got to imagine when they come into the room with the PPE, be very careful, because they are spreading that amongst other people. These nurses is doing the same thing that med techs are doing, to be honest with you. They're sitting on their asses and they're passing out prescriptions or listening to orders from the doctor. The doctor's at home drinking his martini and getting orders and prescriptions to the pharmacy, who's getting stocks and bonds, who also got stocks and bonds on some of your children who were also funded in schools and teachers for getting your kids medication for ADHD. It goes a lot more deeper than you understand. The opioid, they weren't in Iraq for terrorists because they're terrorists themselves. They were in there because they were getting drugs, opium. So we really need to be careful. When they stop pushing that, I don't know the last time I've seen crackheads, but this, you know what I mean? I don't know the last time I've seen them, but they're very, this, you know, once you see one, it's kind of like, whoa, okay, that's out of the blue. Now we're pill poppers. Now we're over here smoking on, trusting on the cannabis company. Exactly. Spice and etc. So, you know, be careful what you're drinking, that alcohol, what they're putting into that, because the last thing we need to be is drunk when they start buzzing into your house and taking your kids.
And you need to know this too: some of the chemicals that they put in loud actually produces estrogen-like chemicals in your body. Yeah, you didn't know that?
No, I feel like if you're gonna do it, grow your own, not just smoke your own. Grow your own, then smoke your own. Okay, at least do that. But you don't even know where you're getting these seeds from. So I just feel like we need to be more educated in that aspect. But go ahead, Studi, because I know you got 2 more videos and it's already pushing.
No. Let me go here so people don't think that I'm just like busting my gums. They're like, oh, we don't do that. I smoke and I don't feel. Let me show y'all. Estrogenic effects of marijuana smoke condensate in cannabinoid compounds. Chronic exposure to marijuana produces adverse effects on the endocrine, and reproductive systems in humans. However, the experimental evidence for this presented thus far has not been without controversy. In this study, the estrogenic effect of marijuana smoke condensate was evaluated using in vitro bio essays, the cell proliferation assay, the reporter gene assay, and the ER competitive binding assay. The results of these assays were compared with those of three major cannabinoids, THC, CBD, and CBN. The estrogenic effect of MSC was further confirmed by the immature female rat uterotrophic assay. MSC stimulated the estrogenicity related to the ER-mediated pathway, while neither THC, CBD, nor CBN did. Moreover, treatment with 10 and 25 milligram kilogram of MSC induced significant uterine response. Let me go to another one. Just in case.
Get our people out of jail. Get the weed men out of jail, because this is a lot. A lot of these people need to be locked up.
Yep. Marijuana interaction with the estrogen receptor. Crude marijuana extract competed with estradiol for binding to the estrogen receptor of rat uterine cytosol. Condensed marijuana smoke also competed with estradiol for this receptor. Pure delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, however, did not interact with the estrogen receptor. 10 delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, metabolites also failed to compete with the estradiol for its receptor. Of several other common cannabinoids tested, only cannabidiol showed any estrogen receptor binding. So, more or less, hold on, here we go. Thus, although estrogen receptor binding activity was observed in marijuana extract, marijuana smoke, condensate, and several known components of cannabis, direct estrogenic activity of cannabis extract could not be demonstrated in vivo. So, more or less, cannabis binds to the estrogen. And that makes it a chemical imbalance. As you see, estrogen increases cannabis sensitivity. That's probably why. And I'm not trying to be mannish, but that's probably why females can't smoke it. Like, they have a higher effect. Like marijuana affects them. Like they get higher faster and more than men do. But so pretty much it's interacting with your estrogen levels. Like that's fucking nuts. So like I said, it's getting late, so I'm going to show these two videos. I'm not going to show the whole thing, but this is a documentary that I don't know if people actually seen it before, but I need people to watch this. I'm not going to play the whole thing like I wanted to because it's like super stupid late. But let me just play a small snippet of this.
Here is what sales psychologists have to say about selling to the Negro.
The secret of selling to the Negro is expressed in one word. That word is recognition. Now, there's nothing unusual about that. People want to be recognized. They need recognition. That's basic in all of us. But perhaps because he's had so little of it, the Negro needs even more. He needs to feel important and appreciated.
This is how they feel when y'all niggas is rocking Coogee, Gucci, Prada, Chanel bags, all that shit. This is what they think about you.
This need is a very real and important one. It shows up even in many of the Negro's shopping habits. Anyone who sells or wants to sell to the Negro customer should know about some of these habits. 3 habits in particular play a big part in every sales transaction. To begin with, most Negroes buy by brand. They ask for products by name. They're quick to turn down off-brands. Buying by brand, that's the first important Negro buying habit. Now for the second.
You niggas, man.
The Negro buys good quality merchandise. Symbols of quality and prestige are very important to the Negro customer. This woman, for example, is buying fine crystalware. But she is also buying the admiration and approval of her friends and relatives. Listen to her thoughts.
My, isn't it beautiful? I can hardly wait to show it to Sally and Joan.
It's a well-known fact that many Negro customers are influenced.
Let me pause this because I might have to play the whole video. It's 20 minutes, but it's such
by the opinions of others. What their friends may think of a certain item often decides whether or not the sale is made. So remember, the Negro buys quality merchandise. That's the second important point. And here's the third thing to remember when selling to a Negro customer. When he specifically asks for one thing, don't try to sell him something else. Don't try to switch him at the point of sale. If you do, he'll probably react something like this.
Doesn't he think I've got the money to pay for it?
The Negro resents being offered a substitute. He wants to be sold on quality, not price. The Negro buys by brand, he buys quality, and he doesn't like to be switched at point of sale. These are the keys to selling the Negro customer.
According to leading researchers, in proportion to population and income, Negroes buy more quality products than any other comparable United States group.
Now, where's the lie? And has it changed? Please tell me, because it has not changed at all. And if your feelings hurt from that video, then good, because that's how niggas act today. Let's be real, they ain't lied at all. Pookey, I see you laugh. Yo, it's like the truth hurts sometimes. You feel me? Where was the lie? Even I ain't even gonna lie. I do that shit. If I'm about to buy something and somebody try to be like, "Oh, this is cheaper," I'll be like, bro, I got the money, bro. Don't play me like that. Or I do like expensive things, and I was saying we really do fuel the economy. All jokes aside, we fuel the economy this is from the 50s. It's 2020 right now. What has changed? So I'm sorry if people ready to go to bed. I appreciate y'all coming through, but I gotta show this show. I'm sorry, I do. I gotta show this video. Hold on.
People are not asking the right questions.
Yeah. It's crazy though.
Now be sure that follow me over with the boom. Well, move that over there. You got the level on that, Joe? Hey, how's this video coming through? Are the lights hot enough? Don't forget to dial in close. All right, be sure and stay clear of number 2 camera, and all set. Stand by.
Now, this is very important. I just want to stop this right here. That's MCM, baby. They still making movies to this day. Y'all see Ebony Magazine and Jet Magazine up there, right? Okay.
Hello, I'm Bob Trout. I've got a story here that I think is big, really big, because it's bound to have a terrific impact on business. I'm talking about a new market, a big new market, millions upon millions of new prospects with $15 billion to spend. That's right, I said $15 billion. That's a lot of money, isn't it? The surprising thing is that it's a fresh market, still full of opportunities. It grew up so fast, got so big in a hurry, that few of us realize its scope. Now, these days, nobody's likely to pass up chances to sell. And yet right here in our own front yard, there's a neglected market. There's money waiting to be spent. To get the story of this market, to be able to tell you the secret of selling the Negro, we did a lot of digging. We talked to leading businessmen, the customers, and the salesmen. We went to Washington, D.C. We set up cameras and other key points around the nation. And out of this all, there emerged a story, the story of a new market. Yes, this is the market we're talking about, the new Negro family. Their name is Wells or Wilson, Smith or Brown or Alexander or Breen. They live in Chicago, in Atlanta or New York, in Detroit, St. Louis, Los Angeles, any one of 1,000 cities and towns. All over the country, families such as this are enjoying new prosperity. They have new interests, new standards of living, a buying power they've never enjoyed before. They're good prospects for practically all types of goods and services. All too often, though, they're overlooked prospects. Why? Because of some good, valid reason? No. They're overlooked because of mistaken ideas, because of out-of-date ideas about how the Negro lives and how he buys. The truth of the matter is that the Negro lives pretty much the same as other folks. He buys pretty much the same way, too. But just the same, a lot of old doubts and opinions keep cropping up over and over again.
I don't like to do business with Negroes. They're drifters. You can't keep track of them.
Yes, although a lot of people think that way, the truth is that 1 out of every 3 Negro families living in cities today owns its own home. That figure comes directly from the United States Bureau of Census.
Maybe.
Now, just mind you how slick of the mouth he just called us it's. Like, I want to point that out.
So, but Negroes are poor credit.
I want to say also.
Here, let me pause it. Go ahead. Let me pause it.
I was going to say also I'm on 1%, but I'm still listening here. And this ain't no better than the blackface bullshit. You know what I mean? It's either some of us are going to get it or some of us is going to be left. And there's so many of us trying to fit into this society that does not, as I said, it's not for us. We need to stop trying to fit into a society because we are afraid of dying on these streets, you know, and that's happened a lot of times, joining churches and preaching this to our people. What we should have been doing is teaching our people to protect themselves a long time ago. Then we wouldn't have to worry about it, because the biggest war they would ever have to worry about us is rebelling against this enslavement. It doesn't matter. The dollar bill, y'all, is nothing but an illusion. And once you get behind that smoke stream and you see the real wizard for who he really is, and then it wouldn't make a difference to you, because the first thing you're going to do is chop heads. And what I'm trying to say is not trying to invoke any violence for you to get up there and do something crazy, but I want to invoke that spirit inside of you that's keep fighting and continue seeing this situation. We got to make a chain breakage here. We got to make a change happen here. So fuck the rest, what they think of us, and fuck the rest. Fuck George Washington and fuck Independence Day. I want to say that. Excuse my language. This isn't for us. This isn't for us. None of these holidays are for us. And I know I'm on 1%, but I want to say thank you, Studi, for having me on here. I really do appreciate you spending this amount of time with me. I'm sorry the video was so long and but I enjoyed every single moment of it. I enjoy every single moment of it with you. You know, you crack me up with some of this stuff too. But real talk, fuck what they think about us. At the end of the day, that's a dead white man's piece of paper. You gonna die over that? Are you gonna shoot your brother over that? We just stop this bullshit. It's a fucking illusion. That dollar bill don't mean shit across over the ocean. And then I don't care how their economy works. It doesn't mean shit when you see our people being buried alive. It happened here on this soil too. Not only lynching, but digging your own grave. So be aware of that. That's all I want to say. Be aware, be awoke. They never gave you 40 acres and a mule. It was some bullshit. Wake up. There's no reparations. Stop talking about it because they're not going to give it to you. What's yours is already yours. This whole country is yours already. So stop saying Black Lives Matter if you don't really believe that this is not a situation that we should be taking lightly. We shouldn't be marching and saying Black Lives Matter. We should saying you need to get your fucking ass up out of here. You're deported. Go back to England.
Yeah.
The Queen's waiting for you. You're out of pocket. So, you know.
Well, Queen, I know you gotta go.
What am I gonna do if I get pulled over with my king, you know, next to me? What am I gonna do?
I just want to show you that the people showing love. Her phone might have died, but I'm showing this because y'all giving the goddess, the queen, so much love. So when she goes back to this, she's gonna be able to see that. I'm gonna take her off because I know her phone died. Wow, I can't believe this mess. No wonder they treat us crazy as hell. Look how they label and stereotype us. But what's crazy is they've been doing us like this for so long. Dr. Claude Anderson told us. I need to research Dr. Claude Anderson. For sure. They don't care for us, and I don't believe they ever will. Hey, I ain't even looking for nobody else's. I'm not looking for white people's gratification, and I ain't looking for black people's gratification. All of us conscious, intelligent, smart niggas need to just come together and leave everybody else behind, because that black unity shit is dead, and us waiting for white people to actually collectively see us as people and not animals or property, that's dead, because that's never going to happen. So exactly, rich people don't keep money, they keep land, property, and business stocks. That's facts. So I still want to finish this video because I feel like it's very important, and then I got one more video, which is only like 3 minutes, and then we gonna end it because we've been rocking for 3 hours. It'll probably be 4 hours long, I think. So let's just get to it, and I appreciate each and every one of you who've been rocking tonight. We got a new subscriber. We got some people going back and forth. Some feelings got hurt. So we laughed. We expounded on things that I didn't even think we was going to get into today. So I really appreciate all this. This was an amazing build. So let's continue this whack ass movie.
Negro homebuyer meets his payments faithfully, often more faithfully than other race groups in the same economic level. That's the information we got from people who ought to know, the National Association of Real Estate Boards.
Well, maybe, but I've always heard that Negroes buy shoddy, poor quality merchandise.
No, it's just the other way around. According to leading researchers, in proportion to population and income, Negroes buy more quality products than any other comparable United States group. You see, there are a lot of confused notions about the Negro customer. But when you dig right down and find out about them, they just don't hold water. Negroes own homes. They meet their payments faithfully. They buy good brands of merchandise. So why let a lot of old-fashioned ideas hurt profits? Take a look at the real facts. Here in Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, some amazing facts and figures about this new market have been uncovered. For a first-hand report, we would like to take you directly to the United States Department of Commerce to hear this story from the Secretary of Commerce himself. Here is the Honorable Sinclair Weeks, the Secretary of Commerce of the United States.
In the Department of Commerce, we are constantly alert to trends that mean a healthier national economy, better business for the nation as a whole. Recently, we have been interested in a rising young market, one that represents a huge potential for goods and services. I'm referring to the new Negro market. The tremendous buying power of this group is backed, of course, by an increased earning power. The average Negro family's income is at a record high. In fact, since 1939, it has increased more than the average income of all other Americans. Just take a look at a few figures. An official Department of Commerce report shows that at least 1/3 of the Negroes living in cities earn from $2,000 to $5,000 a year. Today, the average Negro wage earner brings home a paycheck 4 times larger than the one he collected in 1939. As a whole, the Negro market has a total income of about $15 billion every year. And after taxes, Negro families still have many billions of dollars to spend. Here is a buying power that cannot help but have a tremendous effect on our national economy and on business prosperity in general.
Now, before I continue this, I want everybody to ponder this while y'all watching the whole time. Who in the fuck was this movie sent to? Like, who did they even make this for? I want y'all to think about this as we continue to watch this. Like, who the fuck, like...
When these dollars are spent for a wide range of goods, services, and employment, business everywhere is bound to feel the impact.
This new buying power has resulted in a class Negro market, a profitable, above-average income group of consumers. For example, the nation's largest newspaper and magazine research organization, Daniel Starch and Staff, reports these significant figures. More than 51% of the readers of Ebony magazine have a record player in their homes. Almost 64% own a television set. And almost 78% enjoy the convenience of an electric refrigerator. It is also a fact, and this is from the magazine The Food Field Reporter, that Negroes spend almost $3 billion a year for food alone. Per capita, they buy more cosmetics, drugs, and toiletries than anyone else in the country. And their children are better educated, too, because since 1930, enrollment in Negro colleges is up 2,500%. But really, to recognize the importance of this class Negro market, we must realize that something has been happening economically in our country. People are on the move. The population is shifting. The makeup of metropolitan populations today is different than it was just a few short years ago.
That's a fact.
To give you a better idea of what we mean, we set up several cameras, candid cameras, in a number of shopping locations. Take a look at these shoppers. Notice what a large proportion of them are Negroes. What's the reason? It's simply this. Negro families are moving into the cities where there are more job opportunities. Here they find occupations with more prestige and security, jobs that pay more money. As a result, Negro families today often make up the largest part of central city consumer prospects. A shoe store in Chicago's Loop, for example, reports that more than 50% of its customers are Negroes. In another case, a drugstore located at a transfer point in a non-Negro neighborhood finds that its Negro customers total 25%. The trend is plain. The new Negro families today are moving into more populated areas, to the cities, where there are more stores, more buying opportunities. Since 1940, in San Francisco alone, the Negro market has increased by 89%. In Chicago, by 81%. Houston, Texas, 45%. Philadelphia, 50%. The impact of this new buying force is so tremendous that actually in 14 major United States markets, A product cannot be number one without Negro support. A product must have the backing of this big you buying.
You heard what he said? A product can't be number one without Negro support. So even back then in the 50s, they knew that we push culture, we push product. We are the voice of what's cool, what's hip, what's rocking.
Power to be a leader in the field. What do you have to sell? Chewing gum or cars? Toothpaste or transportation? Whatever it is, here are millions of prospects, and these prospects are everywhere. Negro customers can no longer be pigeonholed. They cannot be classified as prospects who trade only in certain stores, certain neighborhoods. Today, Negroes shop downtown. They shop in supermarkets. They shop in small neighborhood stores. They'll buy from anyone who wants to sell to them. But we all know that before you can sell to customers, you've got to get to know them. You must understand something about them. What do the Negro customers buy? Why do they buy? How do you sell to them? Let's find out. Let's hear the opinion of men who have spent a lifetime studying the buying habits of customers the world over. Here is what sales psychologists have to say about selling to the Negro.
Here's a simple passive income business.
I want y'all to notice he says sales psychologists. So y'all know that they've been studying
that
us.
Word is recognition. Now, there's nothing unusual about that. People want to be recognized. They need recognition.
I'm going to skip through because we saw this part.
Anyone who sells, to begin with, what this customer is thinking.
That last hat I bought just didn't hold up at all.
You see, for a long time, the Negro has been sold a lot of shoddy, second-class merchandise. So now he asks for name brands in order to make sure he gets his money's worth. Buying by brand, that's the first important Negro buying habit. Now for the second. The Negro buys good quality merchandise. Symbols of quality and prestige are very important to the Negro customer. This woman, for example, is buying fine crystalware, but she is also buying the admiration and approval by brand. It lives as a unit, and it buys as a unit. When you sell to one member, you many times sell to all. It's also true that many places of entertainment are still closed to the Negro. So he spends more of his money for the things that are available to him, often for items that are considered luxuries. Another trait of the Negro market is the fact that it is a pre-sold market. We know that the Negro buys by brand, and he buys the brands that he knows something about. Where does the Negro buyer get this information? We know that Negro customers are turning more and more to the publications that are tailored specifically to their needs, that give them the news and the information that they want to read about. Many leading businessmen and companies already know this. That's why so many of them are taking this direct, sure route of reaching the Negro customer. The vice president of advertising of the Gruen Watch Company, for example, says this.
In many important cities throughout the United States, Negroes are important customers of the credit pupil. Therefore, it seemed that Ebony magazine would be a very important advertising medium for us. We would say it was very well received, and from our viewpoint, a very successful campaign.
From the Remington Rand Company comes this statement.
Our records show that advertising in Ebony has been effective in many ways. As all good advertising should, it has built a terrific amount of goodwill and has brought a volume of sales and sales inquiries.
A representative of the Alaga Syrup Company makes this statement.
Because of Alaga's regard for the influence of Ebony in the Negro market, advertising space was doubled. Alaga's long experience in selling to Negroes now takes the most direct route to its best customers, reaching Ebony's 2.5 million audience in every issue.
And here are the statements of still other business leaders.
Yes, many business leaders are discovering the most direct and most efficient way of reaching the new Negro market. Look here at the results of the same advertisement in two different publications, Ebony and another general magazine. You can see that proportionately, more men and women read the ad in Ebony than the one in the other magazine. And they did a better job of remembering it, too. A greater percentage of readers noted, associated, and remembered the ad in Ebony. But now, wait a minute. If the Negro market is so big and easy to reach, why aren't more companies going out after it? Well, often because of the feeling that there's something entirely different, unusual about selling to the Negro. But is it really so different? What do salesmen say? The successful salesmen who do a good job of selling in Negro communities. How do you go about getting the order?
How do I get the order? Well, to tell you the truth, I don't do anything. Anything different, that is. I've been calling on these accounts long enough to know that the Negro just wants to be treated like everybody else. No matter who you're calling on, a little friendliness and courtesy help a lot. But naturally, anybody resents being patronized or talked down to. So I usually call a man Mr. Brown, Mr. Smith, or Mr. whatever his name is, until he tells me to call him by his first name. And of course, I always stick to business. I stay away from talk about race or religion or politics. That goes for talk about Negro celebrities, too. You know, this business about what good prize fighters and singers the Negroes are. Who cares? When a guy's in business, no matter what color his skin is, he's interested in making a living, in making money. That's uppermost in his mind. I guess maybe what I'm saying is that I try to help any way I can, sometimes with displays or ad materials, or an idea once in a while. The important thing is that if it helps push sales for the dealer, it helps push them for me, too.
Handle the Negro account just like any of your others. Don't patronize. Stick to business. Get interested in the account. Pitch in and help any way you can. Sounds like pretty good sales advice. That's the secret of selling the Negro. Well, how about it? What do you think of this new market? It can open new outlets for you and for everybody who sells goods or services. It's still possible to get in on the ground floor when this market is just beginning to grow and to expand. The facts and the figures that we see here are just a small sample of what they promise to be next year and the years after that. Yes, here are men and women with money to spend, and they spend it for exactly the same things as you and I and everyone else. They buy almost every type of product and service that you have to offer, and they can be reached like everyone else through publications that appeal to their interests and desires, that deliver the kind of loyal readership that can be proved both in surveys and in down-to-earth sales. Here is a ready-made market waiting to be asked to buy.
Okay, so there's one thing I want to add, and I'm going to show the last video, then we're going to end this. So I looked up while we were watching this, I looked up who was the owner of Ebony magazine in the 1950s, right? So this guy was the owner, right? This black man. In a 1968 photograph taken by whatever, a veiled and stoic, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Anyways, that has nothing to do with, that's weird. Anyways, this is the guy, right? So he was a sellout in my eyes because he gave them the statistics and all that type of stuff. And I feel like that's real whack, and he's a lame. And I grew up watching, like my grandmother literally had every Jet magazine monthly issue, like in our bathroom, in my grandmother's bathroom. I mean, stacks upon stacks upon stacks of Chet magazines. And they literally had like conference videos about how to get us to buy their stuff. And best believe if they were doing that in the 50s, then they're doing it right now. Like, that shit's sad. Yeah. Thank you, Pookey. Yeah. It's like Yosef says, and what's crazy is they were seriously manipulating us. And they are now. They like, oh, niggas like to be like, niggas like to feel like they somebody, and they feel like they need to seem like they have money. Okay, I got you. And they even said in the 50s that we fuel the economy. And ain't that what I said? Ain't that what I said before we watched this video, that black people fuel the economy? I just said that. And it's just like, man, it's sad how much we've been manipulated. And he let them put them pictures in the magazines. My grandmother and aunts had Jet and Ebony. Yes. Yes. And we thinking like, we trying to connect dots. We thinking like, okay, this is in a black magazine, so this must be, a black company. Excuse me. I mean, it's only using logic that you would have black products in a black magazine, but no, you don't. They have white people's stuff in black magazines. And it's just, it's a lot of, and it's sad that it's a reflection of today's society, because what's different? When I was watching that video, I didn't see anything different, yo. It's literally modern day bullshit. It's the same shit. It's no different. So just be mindful of that when we see these name brands and when we see these advertisements where they're just putting black people all in the face, happy and all this other stuff. That's what I was going. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about, Yosef. That's why every commercial is a hip hop jingle trying to sell us stuff, knowing black people like nice things, because we feel like, because we do associate material with wealth instead of us just building our wealth. We feel like we need to look the part, you know? And like I said, I fall victim to that too, because there's just some things that I feel like it needs to, not necessarily name brand, but it does need to be the best quality. But I didn't know that was just a universal black nigga shit. Like, I just thought I just like nice things and I am very picky to what I buy. But apparently, apparently we all think like that. Like, that is crazy. It's crazy. But this is the last video. I wanted to end with something very, very, very powerful. So in the end of the day, I think that the best reparations that the United States could give us is either A, just give us a fucking state and leave us the fuck alone. I feel like they should give us one whole state or a side of America and let us just build and just leave us the fuck alone. Like, and let us build and let us get to where we need to be, and then we start interacting. That's the best. The white folk pyramid scheme. They was scheming and scamming. You saw that. That was a whole fucking video on, you don't want to sell to Negroes, but they have the biggest buying power. Look at what they like. That's the whole thing that we just watched. So, and then it's like, how did they even find actors to play them parts? Like, that's just selling out is like rooted in black people. Like, I'm sorry, but that's just what it is. Like, for every black person that's trying to uplift us is always niggas like that. Oh, new subscriber. Let me shout you out. I don't see you in the chat, but My child, woke goddess, welcome, and thank you for the subscribe. Subscribe. That's so dope. I appreciate you. Yosef says, I did also, but not too long ago because I realized having money, you still don't have power. You have to have liquid assets. And I want to get into that because I am financially illiterate. I always say that. And so there's a lot of things that I have to learn because I didn't have economics class. And I'm going to be honest, even if I did, the way that they teach in public schools is just, it didn't penetrate my brain. So I don't think I would have even understood it. But I am economically illiterate. So there's a lot of things that I need to learn. And that's why if anybody do have financial information, I would really, really love, because like we had some we had some credit restoration agents on here not too long ago. And that was a really good informative episode. So anybody who is like, if somebody could get me a fucking, what's the people who, damn, what is it called? The person who deals with money, I can't think of what it's called right now because I'm like tired of shit. But if anybody, a financial advisor, if anybody knows of a financial advisor or anybody who deals with finances, to please have them hit me up or please make that connection, because I would really love to have a financial conversation with somebody who knows what they're talking about, to teach the people and teach myself as well, because that's one area that I am not smart in. Like, I'm gonna be honest. You'll learn a lot learning about economics and how the market moves. Yeah, I need that. We need a whole economics fucking lesson, like lecture, like we do. But I'm not good at that at all. I'm not even gonna front like I am. Like I don't know. Like now the country is messed up, but the commodity market doesn't reflect the current day situation. Yeah, like, and what's a commodity? See, that's shit that I don't know about. I have a small inkling of what liquidation is, but like things of that nature, I don't know. Like, I know a lot of shit, but when it comes to money, I'm just not good at it. So I want to show this video to end it. It's a very powerful message from the boy Orlando. And this is what got him fired, because he was putting that energy out too much. So I'm gonna show the video, and then we're gonna end it like we always do, with love and light. So let me show you this video. And once again, shout out to the new subscribers. Like, y'all really rocking with me. Like, it's like 3 a.m. All my old subscribers, y'all rocking with me. The new ones, what's up? The ones in between who just be watching but don't want to subscribe, I hope that in the future y'all watch something that we do up here and that get y'all to subscribe, because the likes and the subscriptions and all that not only pushes my videos and stuff to the algorithm, but it lets me know that the people are listening and that I am doing something to help our community. So actually, I'm gonna unshare this so I can make sure that I got the volume going, because it should be fucking up. But I'm gonna play this amazing performance by Orlando, and then we gonna end it.
Most potent weapon of control for the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. They know slavery is not a condition. Slavery is a cult. Human trafficking is a cult. Slavery got to rebrand like motherfucking the alt-right and snatch another one gone. Every 30 seconds, another chocolate brown, caramel yellow, high yellow, red bone refugee girl with melanin in her skin gets snatched. Every 30 seconds. And to make matters worse, these dazzling new plantation owners built a pipeline to take our children from school to prison quicker than a cut can bleed. And the lucky ones go from school to the NFL, where they don't even let them niggas take a knee. They've been programmed from birth with shitty food options, contaminated drinking water, gun violence, police brutality, and trauma after trauma after trauma. PTSD, no therapy. Missing, no Amber Alert. Alone. Snatched. Another one gone. Let me paint a picture of what's waiting for you on the shore. You arrive in America, land of opportunity, milk and honey, and guess what? You all get to be slaves, split up, sold off, and worked to death. The lucky ones get Sunday off to sleep and fuck and make more slaves and all for what? For cotton, indigo, for a fucking purple shirt. The only good news is the tobacco your grandkids are gonna farm for free is gonna give a shitload of these white motherfuckers cancer. And I ain't even started yet. 100 years later, you're fucked. 100 years after that, fucked. 100 years after you get free, you still getting fucked out of job and shot at by police. You see what I'm saying? This guy gets it. I like him. He's getting angry. Angry is good. Angry gets shit done.
Woo! Yo, super powerful. Like, super powerful. Go ahead, Pookey. Come in and come out. All right, go ahead. Hey, Pookey, go ahead. I was hearing when you, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
You can hear me now? Yeah, you put it in a good perspective. You know how to break it really down for people to understand. You know, and some people are going to get it and some people are not going to get it. And you know what? You came with that heat and that fire, and I got cut off and I couldn't thank you enough. You know, the phone died and I couldn't thank you enough. But I said, if I can get this on here, I'm going to wait so I can really thank you face to face. Thank you for doing this. And we definitely do need to talk about economics. I did take economics, actually. I ain't going to tell you what I did with my friends when I was in a student store. You know, give me $5. You know, when he's not looking, I'll give you 5 ones. You know what I mean? But that's pastime. Catch me if you can. You know, but I got to look out for my sisters, you know, because it's a struggle. But you know, what else can we do? We got to look out for each other. But I definitely think economics is number one. And I also want to tell everybody out there, don't you dare get Cardi B and be a black woman out there defending someone who don't even consider themselves African and not even 1% of Dominican, Puerto Rican, all that shit. You know, they don't even consider themselves 1% to label themselves something else other. You know, but they'll claim the tradition when they feel like it's best in their own practice. That black woman who's locked up for defending and fighting for Cardi B, she ain't gonna see her baby for a long time. Tekashi 6ix9ine locked up a lot of brothers, and though they were wrong for what they were doing in the community, he's getting tons of praise in his community. Best believe that these people are out here hiring and recruiting people to lock us up. And to make it even worse, they're going to pay him double. And then he's going to make a lot of money. They're not banning him like they banned R. Kelly. They're not banning him, what he done. And those people got their guns together and they rode with him. They shot for him. They bullied towns for him because he had the word, he had the financial stability they were seeking in themselves. Don't you dare be ignorant to sell yourself out, your soul out for the dollar bill that is going to be here when you're gone. So just recognize what's around you. So don't get sold out by that bullshit. Like I read between all of that. We know what we are and we know who we want to be, So all I got to say is thank you. Thank you for rocking out with me and doing this. And you broke it down to the decimal here.
Yeah.
Studi, you are a genius. I must say that. You are a very smart man and you don't get the credit that you deserve. And that's a shame, So please subscribe to Studi right now. Subscribe. I know some of you are watching in the bushes and stuff. Come up out of those bushes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you've been in them for a long time, it's time for you to sharpen some branches and come out because we want you to come out. Subscribe, and I don't want anyone to get anything mixed up what I say out my mouth. Studi, you agree to do this with me. You may not agree with 100% of what I say or the way I come at people. And I don't want them to feel that way towards you, So don't you get caught up. Don't you get caught up in these streets because they're going to throw your ass in that homosexual cage. And we're going to have to be the ones raising these boys. And it's enough that they're already putting men inside the women's bathrooms and etc. They're trying to turn you out, flip up your mind. Get right. Get right with yourself. Get right with the right woman too. So,
and I'll say this much.
More than what the stars can produce.
Right. Hey, I want to say this much. I don't never really care about getting recognition, but when I get it from a black woman, it means so much to me because it's like y'all are the portals to this world. And y'all can smell bullshit from a mile away. So if you can see my greatness, I really that means so much to me. I'm literally teaching because I care so much about my people, And a lot of the times I'm not sure if people are getting what I'm saying or if I'm explaining it right or if I'm like, So like that, I'm cheesing over here because man, shout out to Black God, yo. I see that you subscribed, yo.
Yeah, and don't hate Studi. Hate me first because you heard the words that hurt your feelings a little bit.
No. We need that. No. Never feel when anybody who come up here. One of the things I want to do, I want to interview a racist. I want to interview a KKK member because I really want to see why they feel the way that they feel. Like I really want to talk to them. So this platform, don't ever dilute yourself. And whether I agree with you or not, I want your voice heard because I don't care about nobody's feelings. Feelings don't matter to me. Like the truth is the truth, and if it hurt, you got to look within yourself and ask yourself, why did that hurt? You ain't got to filter yourself at all. It's why if you, I'll put it this way. If you're truly for equality, you truly feel like white people have fucked up, then your feelings should not get hurt when you hear a black woman speak her mind about racism. Like, I don't care. Like, I'm not your shield for black people. Like, I'm not the token nigga. So any white person in my life, any of my white associates, I'm not the buffer to black people. Like, this queen came up here, she wanted to speak her mind. And if it's too hot, get out the kitchen until she gone, I guess.
Yeah, come see me first. Don't go
Listen.
at Studi. Come see me first.
As smart as I am, I can look. Everybody who know me know I love to argue. Okay. So don't like I can go toe to toe.
I don't want it to be onto an argument. I was trying to get some facts out there, some information, you know.
Like I'm just saying because
they don't ever want to hear it.
Because they get hurt, they get their feelings hurt because they're taking it personal. But they gotta understand that black people don't have the what am I trying to say? We do not have the ability to separate from the pain. Like it's literally all black people have the same experiences. How many people have you heard say, "Yeah, I've been followed in the store. Yeah, I've been pulled over and a cop pulled a gun on me. Yeah, I've been accused of stealing. Yeah, I've been asked why am I here? What am I doing here? Like how disrespectful. Okay, everybody in the chat, put a 1 if you ever been to the store and they took your $20 bill and did this. Right in your face.
Yeah.
Like come on, man. All right, man.
I'm laughing because I used to love to do that to white people because I used to love to do that when I was a cashier. And I would run it through the machine. And like, you know what I mean? I used to love to do that because then, you know, I get that all the time. I get followed, you know, as soon as you walk into the store, you know, you get, you know, all those questions.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, you know, no matter how much they talk about us, what we like to buy, we are the best. We were the best. We taught you how to dress. What are you talking about? And in that video, not even one black person.
Your mic, it cut out. Pookey, your volume. She gotta fix her volume. But Yosef wants to know, do you have a YouTube channel?
Did it fix?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Do you have a YouTube channel?
Yeah, it's Pookey Moon.
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's Pookey Moon.
Yeah,
it's the same name right here up on the screen.
Go subscribe to the goddess, you know.
Go subscribe to the goddess, you know.
Subscribe to Studi, the king, the God himself. You know, this is your channel, so we're promoting you. Don't promote me.
Nah, I'm just saying I like any of my guests who come. Hold on, your volume again. I don't know why they keep cutting her out. Your volume. Yeah, I do too, yo. She fire. I ain't gonna lie, she fire. There you go. I don't know why it keeps cutting your volume out. I don't know why.
You know what it is? I like telling everybody earlier that my internet was being bad because of the weather, but not only that, my camera sucks. So I have to do it on my phone, but I'm connecting my fast internet to this phone. So that's what it is.
People are really enjoying your energy. They really rocking with you. And I always try to.
You know what? If you want to come see me, I want to do a black woman's talk. You know, that'd be good because I just talked to a king, so he gave me the power to be like, hey.
Yeah,
coming at you.
Hurt their feelings. That's all I say. If your feelings get hurt, then they deserve to. Maybe you can think in a different way. Sorry.
It's not. The truth is no conspiracy. The truth has no feeling. It is what it is. And if you don't want to accept it, sometimes you just got to dig deep inside yourself and look in the mirror and say, who the fuck am I today? And what the fuck am I gonna believe in?
Just think about this, yo. We learned about the Seneca Village today, right? Central Park is where niggas get discriminated against all the time. So we literally getting.
I'm gonna call you Mr. Bean. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You said Mr. What?
Coming like I got like Dr. Bean kind of like vibe. Then my mind went somewhere else. I'm traveling.
That's the biggest compliment ever, yo.
Because I'm looking at it like this. This was at the last moment, Studi, right? You was like, hey, peace to you. And I said, peace to you. And then I just said, you know what? This situation's going on, but I don't want to hold on to this information. I wonder if he'd be willing to talk to me about it. And, you know, we could talk about the situation that I wanted to do with my uncle. And you know what? It's just like, I don't know if you follow Young Pharaoh. I don't like what he said some time ago, that we, you know, we need to support each other, even if our family don't support. I'm not saying my uncle don't support me, because I know what he's dealing with my cousin recovering. But what I'm saying is, you know, it's crazy how I reached out to you. I saw you, and I reached out to Kiss, you know, and she reached back out to me, and we just joined in, you know. And that's just something you got to understand. It's not that we're YouTubers, but it almost feels like it's building a community. And I didn't know that. I really didn't know that meeting you, you know, talking to you or getting on your channel and just listening to you and like, yeah, you know, listening. And then you just like, I'm more of a fan than anything. I must say that. And when I see conscious, and if that's even a word, it just, you know, I'm a regular person. I'm not gonna front. You didn't know me from Adam to Eve, but you said, why not? That's something I want the chat to know. I want the chat to know. He said, why not? You know, why not give her a chance to speak or hear what she has to say? He said that. You know, I don't want to get all God. All right. You know what I mean? That means a lot to me. It might be like, okay, she's you know what they say, she's dick riding, you know, she's a troll, you know. I can get what you're saying, but you got to understand, this is a lot. This mean a lot to me. I must say that. It's crazy. I don't know how to explain it, but it's crazy. I just reached out to you, you know. I just reached out to Kiss, you know, and I was like, I wonder who this woman is, like chopping these little hater trolls off, you know what I mean? And then at times I think she even probably tried to I don't know if she deleted me or somebody else, but Pharaoh got me back on, and I was like, what's going on? I've been following him since he had the baby dreads, okay? I've been following him since he was on Sinetta with Sarah Seti introduced him and himself into the mix, when they were all hating on him, when they didn't even want to give him a chance to speak on the mic, when they were trying to snatch the mic out of the righteous man's hand for some bullshit they were speaking. You know what I mean? I write for Sarah Seti because he introduced me to the Olmecs. He introduced me to the Egyptians. He introduced me to that. And he always says, hey, you know, bang on that beast. You know what I mean? Liberation, you know, through African education. And that's what we need to know. And Young Pharaoh teaches us to always expand our minds and don't limit yourself, and don't you fall for the hokey doke. But we agree or we disagree on some facts. That's understandable because we're all opinionated. But what I understand is, in this community, what is being built is that these people love you, and these people are out there to give you the right information. They spend day, night, and they put their mind into this. You know what I mean? They put their mind into giving you this information. They put their heart. We've been on here for 4 hours. So you've been on here for 4 hours. You didn't have to spend that amount of time with me. You didn't. You could have had something better else to do, but you came back with the facts and the facts and the facts and the facts. You know, rock these heads until the third eye opens. That's all I got to say. I love you. And thank you so much for having me on this show. And also, if Kiss ever sees this, thank you, sister, for having me on your show, saying what I had to say. And, you know, And it could have been so much more I could have went with it, but I didn't want to offend anybody. But thank you for allowing me to express myself too. But I really did appreciate talking to you, because you heard me when I was on there and you were like, go ahead, let her rock. And you were rocking with me back and forth. And I felt like, damn, that's a right now it just made the connection. So wake up. That's all I gotta say.
And before you
I love you and take care. I don't want to be exposing anything and get you shut down. I'm sorry.
Before you leave, hold on. I'm gonna mute your mic because it's echoing, but don't go nowhere. Okay.
I'm gonna mute it.
Okay. I want to say this. I really, really, really appreciate you coming through and talking. I always I feel like we need to be back to our matrilineal beginnings. So the fact that you reached out to me and you wanted to talk, I said, for sure, let's get this queen on here. And the subject was something that we need to talk about. So that time before we got to hop on, I was just researching and I was looking because it's like the ancestors wanted this to happen. Like the ancestors were speaking through us. So I just thank you for your energy. I want to say this, the people, I rock with Kiss. Kiss is a queen for sure. Kiss Cavalli, that's my sis right there. Young Pharaoh, I look up to him a lot. Like that's my bro. Like we've been rocking with each other for a little minute. He let me interview him. He been building me up and watching me grow. Like from the beginning, I've been watching him. So General Seti, that's he number one in my book. Like ain't nobody better than Seti. Like that's that. I'm sorry, that's the guy right there. Some more people that I look up to. I just want to put this out there. Dr. Lila Africa, Dick Gregory, Dr. I think her DeGroy, Dr. DeGroy. Who else? Let me think. My mind is racing right now. Let me think. Marcus Garvey for sure. I feel like I'm Marcus Garvey reincarnated. Y'all hear me say that every night. Who else? Who else I listen to on the daily? Well, it's kind of hard because I really only listen to Young Pharaoh and General Seti like that. Like I don't really give a lot of people play like that. Who else? James Baldwin. Fucking who else? Man, it's just so many greats that I watch and I learn from. Dr. Sebi, of course. I know it was trending for people to say Dr. Sebi, but I was really watching Dr. Sebi. Like that wasn't no joke. And I even slid through a couple of the conscious community pimps at one point too, but you got to get through the garbage before you get to the gold. You feel me? So I ain't even gonna get them no clout. I ain't gonna get them no names. But I'm saying this: the circle and the people that I keep running into and that we building, we the real chosen ones. We're the ones that's gonna lift our people out from the mud. I don't do this for clout. I don't do this for recognition. I really care about my people and I love teaching. That's what I'm here for. And we got so many examples of great Black leadership that there's no reason why we should be afraid to speak our mind, because their spirits speak through us. Like it's like sometimes I don't even be thinking when I talk. It's like the ancestors I'm the apparatus for the spirits. So I'm just going to continue to try to be as great as I can be. I'm going to keep building. I'm going to keep just doing my part. And like, I just appreciate everybody who listen. Like this is like, it's not that I don't think I deserve to be in the position that I'm in. It's just, I never thought I would be this person because I was a low vibrational being. And now I just feel like for lack of a better term, I'm blessed to be in the position that I'm in. Yeah, hold on. Let me put up. Did you want to say something, Queen, before we end this? Because the people talking.
Yeah. I wanted to say that we have to be thankful for our leaders in our community, and it dawned on me about the 40 acres and a mule, you know what I mean? Because here we are, think it was it to give to all of the slaves 40 acres and have them stuck on that property, you know what I mean? So what was the idea behind it? Because not too long after, they had plenty of guns. So we got to understand what the ambush is. But I wanted to say, for all the brothers in the Black community, you need to really stay woke, because I've been through a lot. I must admit, I've been through a lot. I've seen a lot, and I've done some wrong too, you know, in my life, and I had to correct it. And I knew that though I'm not a criminal, I had to understand that I'm all I have. And the last place I ever want to be is locked up in a cage. And I want to talk to the sisters who have been. I want to talk to sisters who have been through addiction, who's constantly seeing us in their family, because these kids are going. The children is what I really care about. The children. And it isn't about what mistakes you made, you know, to all the women out there choosing the wrong men or being out there. What I'm trying to say is that men like Studi are out there. And men like young Pharaoh, men like Sarah Sutanseti, you know, they're still out there. Men like Dr. Ben is still out there. You know, there's still men out there that is righteous. But, you know, don't play them. You know, so don't play around. Don't, or you'll see me. You're gonna see me. And I'm willing to take that train ride for these brothers here. I'm willing to do that for them, because I could see that in their spirit. And it just, you really did touch me, Studi, when you just went off and telling me all your leaders. And, you know, it won't hurt to do some research. It don't hurt. You know, I don't know half the stuff. I mean, honest, I'm just, you know, I probably don't know half the stuff you know, or any of our leaders know. And, you know, I'm still a student, still learning. But in order to learn and understand, you got to listen. You know, you got to listen. And ever since that time, I just been following. And then that's how I knew who young Pharaoh was. I just been following. The general is, when you hear that voice, when you hear him come on, don't take it for granted. Y'all need to get in tune, because after that, I was like, okay, now I'm connecting. And when you hear one of these men talk, and then you over here focus, and you know, in your mind meditating, and you're studying, and they say something that clicks with you, you on it. You know what I mean? You feeling it. You're on the right direction. You know, some people don't say, you know, my vibe. You know, I don't come from the same moon you come from. So there's no way we can, you know, relate in some way. But for Studi to be like, I'm gonna, you know, see what, you know, open up that gate, let's hear what the sister has to say, you know. And I was banging on it, you know, shaking it, you know what I mean? And
you brought
that
heat.
I really didn't even have to do that, you know, because he already had the door waiting, you know what I mean? But what I was trying to say is, don't attack Studi because of what you heard that offended you in any way. You know, come see me first. But I know you hate to hear that, but don't do that, because
I'm the
he's
man.
gonna put out
Hold on,
that
let me stop you, Pookey. I'm the man. You come to me. Don't leave the queen alone. You come to me. She was speaking for me. How about that?
See what I mean about our kings? You know what I mean? Yeah. There you go. Yeah. So if we can get more young boys and young women more involved and talk to them and educate them, but we got to get our information right too. We can't just be misleading them either. But I want to thank everybody in the chat. I also want to thank my new subscriber here in your chat too. Thank you for understanding. And you know, I'm just exploring. I'm just trying to You know, I got out of this quarantine feeling like I just got out of a tomb, you know, and I touched ground with nature, and then all of a sudden I'm zooming. I'm making connections with people, as you can see, you know. So what I'm saying is we got to just look more into this, listen more, don't be quick to judge, because you're a good-hearted person. Look at me.
Thank you so much.
I'm called Pookey because my grandma said I had big cheeks, so she nicknamed me Pookey. And I took the name Moon, but my mom nickname is Star. So I got two mothers on my shoulders. You know what I mean? I'm the oldest girl. You see what I'm saying?
That's what
And
I be talking about.
I'm the first. I'm the oldest girl, so I had to include them. So that's what I'm saying. It's just feminine energy. Just feel it, you know.
Like I said earlier.
Go ahead, see, I'm done. Thank you. Thank you. I want to do the kisses, but that doesn't belong to me. That's give that to kiss. It'll be both cheeks and the forehead, etc.
I'm trying to tell you. Look, we definitely gonna be in contact. I'm gonna hit you up soon, and we can, we can do something else. We can get to building, but Queen's voices matter. So, your energy is just so fire. Like I just keep saying that, but we're gonna end it like we always do. With love and light. Peace.
Love.